trouble.
You gotta encourage them.
Let's see. We have it on the chalkboard, man. Radwin's triangle test took down at least 3 Globers today, by my count. Well, at least for the morning, anyway. So right now,
He's on his way to the Iron Cross. Good man.
I've got triangle tests for everybody. I can't run out. I bought a whole shitload.
yeah, he's stacking them deep and selling them cheap. So we could do it like one of those little carnival guys. Step right up. Don't be shy. Let's go.
Maybe we got to spread out into the different servers and then ping everyone when we get one somewhere.
Triangle test for everyone. 50% off.
We could throw a triangle test into the sticks package. If you buy the sticks, the measuring sticks, we can throw the triangle package in there for free.
The friends and family discount, huh?
Special
You get
discount.
you get a brain in the jar. You get sticks, the pair of sticks. You get a triangle test, and there was something else we're giving with the package.
$39.59. Step right up.
A dinner date with Jedi.
No shit.
I already said it. Put it down.
8 hours of talk with Jin CBR.
And that's just for starters. Wait till Jin rolls his sleeves up.
Yeah.
I still want to see someone do that $200 Skype dinner with Jaren.
Oh my god. We should have got Peter to do that. Son of a bitch. Dude, we missed an opportunity. Fucking hell, man.
That'd be funny.
No, because I was saying, though, if he's going to give money out, he could just do that. Yeah, sit down with Jaren and let... Can you imagine the conversation, though? It would be...
Yeah, learn how to be a better man at the same time.
I don't know if it would be like a, two black holes colliding, it just like causes like a, like a rift in the timeline or some shit. Having those two guys cancel each other out.
Yeah, the former flat earther and the former glober. I like that Spider-Man meme pointing at each other.
Yeah, they're just pointing at each other. Yeah.
Oh dear.
What the hell are these conflict? Oh, we got Perry in here. Perry will talk to you. What's going on, Perry? Perry, they said you're the guy, man.
Yeah, I'm the guy. You guys believe the Earth is flat. I believe it's a triangle.
Oh,
let's
triangles.
find out if it is a triangle. Yeah.
Well, just a point of order, Perry. Triangles are flat. Are you aware of that?
I mean, with that logic, globes are also flat, or circles.
What?
That's certainly not logic.
Pyramid.
A circle, yes.
I believe it's a pyramid. No, not a triangle. A pyramid.
Yeah, those are flat-sided also.
Could be a square.
Yeah, they would also be described as flat.
Could be a square.
Squares are also flat. You're really struggling here, Perry.
Newsflash. Yeah, pyramids are flat too. Newsflash.
Okay, so Perry, do you want to start with the basic shapes? Should that be where we start?
Who's flash?
What? The basic shapes of what?
Yeah, let Radwin get this one from the beginning.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We've got a triangle test for you.
You got a triangle test? You're a flat earther, and you're gonna tell me about shapes?
Yeah, are you ready, Perry? Go ahead and look in the side chat.
You guys are highly intellectual fellas.
I know. Go ahead and look in the side chat.
I ain't going.
It's a NASA IQ test, Perry. So it's to see if you could make it as an astronaut and go into space. But we need to check your acumen.
It's one of the questions from their test. We just clipped this one. Which of the figures below are not triangles? Look in the side chat. This must be difficult for people.
Definitely a head scratcher.
Maybe he should ask. He's probably putting it in ChatGPT right now because these guys don't know what triangles are.
A kind of looks like a triangle.
Okay, so you're going to have to lock in your final answer here. Which of the below are not triangles, Perry?
Oh,
A,
not
B,
sure.
C, D. Which ones aren't triangles?
Probably D and B.
So Cube keeps answering. He said B and D. Perry, you're up.
Don't disappoint me, Perry. Oh, this guy's having a hard think on this one. I mean,
The other guy didn't have to run it through ChatGPT. He just gave up his answers right away, which is fine.
Perry, you let me down, bud.
All right,
Pretty
so
Pretty
for
good with shapes.
yeah, here you go, Cube. Here's your answer.
Let's see.
You got it correct.
Yo. Hey.
So this guy knows what a triangle is?
Yes. So take it from there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Look at me.
You want to go on to your next one? You doing the...
Well, there's no triangles on the surface of a ball, right? Like if you have a globe Earth, you can't have a triangle on it, right?
He called me a glober. That's crazy.
You can't have a triangle on a globe.
On a globe.
Glober?
Is that,
What?
is that what, is that what you're saying?
Now Perry's up and giggling and chatting after he saw the answers.
Yeah, Perry,
Yeah,
you're out. You couldn't
Yes,
submit an
I was
answer
like,
for the
okay.
IQ test. So, Perry, you're disqualified. You're no longer eligible to be an astronaut, I'm afraid. So you'll have to keep...
I'm afraid that's so bad.
You'll have to keep
Oh my
watching
God, too.
TV. You'll have to keep watching TV for your globe belief, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Gentlemen,
to stick with the whole
if any flat earther would like to have an actual debate, please.
Shut up,
No.
Jack.
Okay, sure. But let's just run through the triangle point. That Radwin will finish that off, and then we can have an actual discussion. So
So,
you're gonna have a start.
As you
Yes,
see,
yeah,
Cube, Angle, Perry, you got to stop. You got to
Just,
relax,
I mean,
dude.
it's just saying, bro. I
Chill,
back in
Perry,
the
chill,
day,
Perry.
I used to think you guys were trolling, but now you guys are actually on Discord discussing whether the Earth is flat or not. That's
Well,
just
we're not
crazy.
discussing it.
That's
It's proven.
crazy, bro. That's like a
It's
part of
already
your
already
identity.
proven. We're just letting people know
Who
the
proved it?
globe's been debunked.
Who proved it?
Well, we can get into that, but Radwin's
Yeah,
going
just a
through.
minute ago.
No, that's crazy. I'm not gonna follow you, bro.
Yeah, Radwin's explaining it. Radwin's in the middle of explaining it.
As soon as you identified whoever identified what wasn't a triangle, it demonstrated that you can't have straight lines on a curved surface. We understand that, right? Triangles defined as straight sides, not curved sides. We use right-angled triangles, both horizontal and vertical, to navigate and chart the world.
So that's it, Globies.
So
Your goose is good.
Cube has
Yo,
spiraled
Cube is
and
based.
Cube is spiraled and
based.
posting gay men pictures. So go ahead and ban him. So while I
Nice
delete
base.
his
Oh, Cube, why are you going to spy us out?
Nah,
Who was the guy? Who was the guy who said which flat earthers want an actual debate? Who said that?
Look how many pictures he's got of guys kissing too. That's weird.
The one you muted,
He's super
bro.
gay.
You guys muted him. That's what you do when you got no arguments. You just mute people.
Are
No,
you
no,
serious,
We're not
dude?
even getting to
Yeah,
it.
I'm serious.
Are you serious? Do you see what that
Yeah.
idiot was posting? Are you fucking kidding me
I've been
right
on this
now?
fucking server, bro, for
Are you
almost 1 week,
stupid,
and
dude?
that's all
Did
you
you
guys
see what
do,
that guy was posting? We're supposed to let him cook in
Not
here? Are you
him,
fucking
not
kidding me?
him, not him.
So
the
he's talking
US
about the
State
guy.
Department.
There was a guy. Oh, U.S. State Department. Are you serious? Wow, that's another career
That's all you
troll.
guys do, bro. When you get like an actual argument, you just mute people and you talk over them.
No,
No,
he
that's
doesn't
not
have
true.
an actual
You
argument.
start scratching
That's
each
not
other's
true. That's
ass.
not true. Look, we'll demonstrate
Yeah,
it.
that's
I'll
true, bro.
demonstrate it. I'll prove you wrong. I'll prove you wrong. Make here. Present your best argument. Go.
Right. So if the Earth is flat, then should like I believe we should have like equally daylight or nighttime everywhere. Here in China and
That's-
fucking the Middle East.
Prove it.
All right. So
Right
I
now,
thought you were going to make an
it's
argument.
fucking nighttime in China.
prove that premise.
You want me
So
to
your proof for the globe, hold on, let me just get this straight. So your proof for the globe is that it's nighttime in China?
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty much it.
How could you walk me through that? So you're sitting in China and it's nighttime. Tell me how you're getting to Earth must be a spinning ball.
Well, because the Earth would be a globe and it's spinning.
Yeah, how are you getting to that? How are you getting to that
You can't if it's flat. If it's a flat surface, that's not possible.
Well, no. You're saying you're sitting in China and it's nighttime. So okay, it's nighttime where I am, but the world isn't spinning. The world isn't curving, as far as I can tell. Why are we jumping to Earth's a ball?
The world is spinning.
Oh, well, not according to just the fact that it's nighttime. What does that mean?
Because it would not be nighttime forever. In a couple of hours.
Forever now.
Nighttime forever.
Yeah, in a couple of hours.
Nighttime forever, is it?
And for us, it's nighttime.
Okay.
It's rotating, brother.
So in a few years' time, the sun. In a few hours' time, the sun will come into your area.
That it's a globe. Can start preaching halfway through.
Okay, how's it a proof? How's it a proof though? Exactly.
Well, because it would make no sense if it was actually flat.
What would make no sense? What would make no sense?
Time zones.
What do you mean
constellations?
Sorry.
Constellations.
Sorry, Cyclone. What are time zones?
You guys think the sun is flat too?
No, you said time zones.
Yeah,
so
time zone,
what are time zones?
Man, you guys are too intellectual for me. I can't.
Sorry,
you guys
do you not know what you're talking
I'm not
about?
going to discuss it with you now.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what you're talking about. You just threw a word out there and you've got no idea what it is, and yet you don't think this that you don't understand wouldn't work on a flat earth. Brilliant.
So what is it about the day and night that's confusing you and making you think you live on a spinning ball?
Everything, by the sounds of it.
Have you not noticed that the sun's moving through the sky every day? What did he do?
So you guys think the sun is the one who's actually moving?
Well, what do you observe?
Well, the sun is not moving anywhere. The sun is.
No, what do we see the sun
it's the planets
do?
were orbiting around the sun.
Again, this weird.
And the Earth
what do we observe? My friend, question. What do we observe the sun do throughout the day?
The sun?
Yes.
It just shines.
Okay, does it shine from the same place in the sky all of the time?
For different people.
For different people. Be a little bit more specific. You're observing.
The Earth is a circle. I'll tell you. So the thing is that you cannot say that it's stationary because it's going to be different for the people.
We're not saying it's stationary, dude.
Listen,
we're asking you what you observe.
For the people in Mexico, the people.
Hold on, dude.
He's not listening. He doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to be challenged on his point.
Oh, I don't want to listen.
Painful.
I'm the one who's not listening.
Excuse me. What do we observe the sun do throughout the day? Okay, we've got shining. Good. Anything else?
What?
Yes, it rises and it sets. Okay.
So the sun. Sorry, the Earth is flat until proven the opposite.
We're asking about the sun.
But when I present to you some sort of logical argument, you're just going to be like, "Oh, so you're just going to bring that? You're just going to bring that?"
Excuse me.
So, but listen, in that regard, we really cannot have any feedback, brother, because you guys reject to understand.
What coat?
Excuse me. You don't appear to want to be challenged on your point. I'm asking you succinctly about what you said. It seems weird that you want to avoid what you said. Can you understand how that's frustrating when we try to have a conversation? Why are you talking through me? Now, for probably the 5th time, apart from shining, what do we observe the sun do throughout the day?
Does it appear to move east to west through the sky?
He's been struck dumb, apparently.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I was typing on the chat.
Guys in the chat, you can't be distracting this one.
Nah,
He's barely hanging in there.
Barely.
He's not one for the multitask. So you observe the sun to move east to west through the sky every day, don't you?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I don't
So
because
what's the
I live
problem?
in the.
What's the problem with that?
Because I live in Argentina, so the sun moves in.
What goes from west to east?
No,
Yeah, it's still going east to west, dude.
He said it. He
No.
said no,
No.
Jedi. It doesn't move from.
from northeast to northwest.
Oh,
It depends. Yeah, it's going to depend throughout the year where it's actually going to rise and where it's actually going to set, because that moves, doesn't it? The sun, its position in the sky throughout the year.
I beg your pardon.
Just what we're describing is the sun rising in different locations and setting in different locations, dependent on where the observer is relative to the sun's movement.
Well, the
So
sun is not moving.
Excuse me, do we observe the sun move across the sky throughout the day, east to west, or northeast to northwest?
The Earth actually rotating around the sun.
No, I'm not asking you about the story. I'm asking you about what you see.
I'm not talking about the sun, boy. I'm talking about the Earth.
Okay. So what causes the sun?
No, we're not discussing whether the sun is flat or not. I'm talking about the Earth.
I'm not talking about what the surface description of the sun is.
I mean, I don't know what your definitions are, brother. You're gonna say the sun is flat, the fucking...
No, I'm not talking about the shape of the sun.
The Earth is actually an octagon, brother.
Look, see, this is where we end the conversation with you, because it turns out that you're a dribbling wreck.
Yeah, the thing is that
now it's an octagon, brother.
Yeah,
Why should
let
we
me
take
try.
you seriously?
I'll try it. So you observe the sun moving through the sky every day. You've agreed to that.
Sure.
But then you're saying the sun isn't moving.
Yeah, I mean, the ones who are moving are actually us.
But that's not what you experience. What you observe is just the sun moving.
But what you experience might be wrong. You cannot just say, I go to the sea and I see, listen, I go to the sea and I just see flatness. Therefore, I conclude that the Earth must be flat.
But if you're going to say that it's something other than what we experience, then the burden of proof is on you, isn't it? To prove that.
No, the burden of proof isn't that simple. You can't simply.
Well, yeah, it is, because you're saying you don't experience motion, but you're saying there is motion. So that would be a burden of proof on you. Because you said it could be something else going on. So how did you prove that? How did they measure any motion of the ground?
The main problem with flat earthers is that they claim they have the absolute truth, and they are not open to discussion.
No one's saying that, and they're not open to discussion. We're trying to discuss with you now, and you keep trying to obfuscate and change direction. So you're saying the sun appears to move. You're saying the sun appears to move, but it's not actually moving. It's the ground that's moving, correct?
Yes, the Earth, which is round.
Okay, so who's measured that?
What?
No. Who proved that then?
Who measures the Earth?
Moving. Yeah, you're saying the ground is moving. How fast is it moving, actually, first of all?
Yeah,
how fast do you think it's moving?
I'm not sure about the speed that the Earth is moving, as a matter of fact.
So how can you argue for it then, if you don't even know what it is you're arguing for?
Because there are astrophysicists, they're physicists who got
Which one? Okay, which one?
Oh, fucking Neil Tyson.
Neil Tyson. So how did he prove that the Earth is spinning?
I'll show you a video.
Okay, what's the video of?
Of flat earthers.
Of flat earthers? What are the flat earthers doing in the video?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, and now he's getting videos of flat earthers.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Do you have a cognitive issue?
He does.
Let's watch the video. Let's watch the video.
Well, what's the video?
It's about the absurdity of flat Earth.
Okay, so it's not Neil deGrasse Tyson. You said it was Neil deGrasse Tyson proving that the ground is spinning.
It is Neil Tyson demonstrating how absurd the flat Earth theory is, bro.
So he's not proving that the ground is spinning, just to be clear.
Yeah, this is, as I said before, this is the main problem with being a flat Earther. You guys are not.
Well, it sounds like your problem, because you're the one who's made the claim.
A simple concept.
You made the claim.
You see flatness, you're like, oh,
dude,
you know what? I think the Earth is flat. Yes, it must be flat. That's what you're
just
do.
spiraling now, dude. Come on, you're spiraling now. Because you made the claim that the ground is spinning, and then we said, what's your evidence? And you said, oh, I don't know how fast it's spinning, but maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson. We said, okay, what did he do to prove it? And you
Yeah,
said,
they're
I'm going to get
experts.
you a
They're
video,
experts on the topic,
and
brother.
you're not getting us the video of Neil deGrasse proving that the ground is spinning.
I mean, I'm not the expert on it, brother, and you aren't
Right,
either.
so why are you arguing for it then?
Well, why are you arguing the Earth is flat?
Why do you believe it if you don't know anything about what you're claiming is true?
Because in order to have something, in order to believe that something is not what it is, you must have
You've just got blind
you
belief.
must have evidence that proves otherwise, brother.
Yeah, look,
But
you're the
you must
evidence.
have
You're the
factual
evidence.
evidence, brother.
You've got no evidence that it's spinning. You've got no evidence that it's curving. You've got no evidence that it's in a vacuum of space.
Yeah, we got scientists.
You don't have any of that.
Astrophysicists.
No, you don't. I just asked you. I just asked you, and you said you don't know.
The Earth.
You don't know that. Okay, name one.
everything
Name one that's proven. Name one that's proven that the Earth is a ball.
I mean, I don't know.
So what are you talking about then?
Name one person who proves the Earth is flat.
No, you just said, oh, all the scientists, they've proven it. Name one. I don't know.
So this is a fallacy of false dichotomy, what you're doing, brother.
No, only you're committing the fallacies, dude.
If the Earth is spinning, therefore it must not be spinning. That is some...
No, it's that you don't have any evidence. It's that you don't have any evidence that it's spinning. Any evidence at all?
We do have evidence that it is spinning.
Okay, what's the evidence?
Constellations, brother. We got.
What's the evidence? What's the evidence that it's spinning?
Oh, when I say evidence, you say, "What's the evidence?" Well, that's fucking what are we doing?
What's a time zone?
Yeah.
The time zones. We got 9. We got constellations.
What is a time zone?
We got poles.
How do any of those tell you that the ground is spinning?
And the fucking.
Yeah, none of that tells you that the ground is spinning.
Antarctica.
Yeah, none of that tells you that.
The Earth is a globe.
How does it? How does it? Be specific.
It proves the Earth is a globe.
What does?
You can't have fucking.
Tell us how a time zone proves the Earth is a sphere rotating.
You can't have that, brother.
Dude, tell us how a time zone proves that Earth is a sphere that rotates.
Well, how about this? Listen.
No, tell us how the time zone. You listed a load of things off.
Professionals. How about we watch actual professionals who say that the Earth is actually a globe?
Yeah, he's saying he needs to go and educate himself on his own argument because he doesn't understand what he's arguing. Yeah, that's a good idea, Perry. You should go and educate yourself. You should look into the arguments that you're making because you don't understand them.
Now you guys are so insecure that you actually believe the Earth is a globe, and you
just put him on mute. Just put him on mute. He's just a waste of time.
Some people are just intolerable, but it is funny when they spiral.
Yeah, he was getting there, but he's almost too obnoxious to let the spiral really breathe even.
Yeah, it's not good air, man. It's fun for a bit, but it's clearly never going to go anywhere, and we could be missing other people.
Yeah, but the Earth rotation, Sun rotation thing is always pretty funny. That's always a guaranteed spiral.
Every single time. Right, who's next?
Yeah, let's have a better conversation than that one.
That guy loses his shit each and every time.
Or has he been in before?
Talked to him last night, and he did the same thing. He just went berserk. He started talking about, like, your mom's ass is round and shit like that. That's what it came down to.
Oh, goodness me.
That's all they ever like to talk about is dumb shit. As soon as they know they're trapped, they want to say, my dick is in my mouth and all that other shit.
What was it me? But he said here in China, whatever, it's nighttime. And then he said here in Argentina. He said like 2 different places.
Yeah, these guys aren't in reality, so we can't expect them to have any kind of consistent, real view of anything.
So
hey,
true. Okay.
Odiador, China and Argentina are not the same place. So not when you say here in China, here in Argentina, how do you do that?
Maybe he said Argentina.
So we got anyone else who wants to ask a question?
Oh, we got Donnie back again.
Oh, awesome! I've heard nothing but good things about him.
Have I spoke to Donnie?
I hope not, because this will be an interesting first.
Oh God. What's up, Donnie? No chats. That's a shame.
That's it? I shouldn't have hyped that one up.
Who's that? John Forte. What's up, John Forte? No, nothing from him. Don't make us unleash Perry again. All right, Perry, looks like you're up again. What was your best globe proof again? You think you're spinning because you don't know some scientist somewhere at some point did something for sure, but you don't know? Was that about it, Perry?
It's the for sure part that really sells it to me.
Oh yeah, you can take it to the bank. Everyone believes it. That means it's true. Because it's a combined belief, which really boosts the power, basically into truth mode. Right, Perry? We're talking about the power of your belief in the globe.
He's too distracted by the chat again.
Damn, not even Perry's going to talk to us. What a sad day. You still confused by day and night, Perry? Is the sun moving too much? Okay, so
The Earth is round.
Round like a quarter. A pizza. A dinner plate.
A planet.
A flat table? Is it like a round flat table?
Yeah, planets are round. It doesn't mean they're a sphere. Would you like to restate your claim? Or was that it? A drive-by?
It is round like a pear.
A flat pear.
That was one of my earliest FE memes.
You made that?
The grey NPC ones, yeah.
Awesome.
I was like way back in the day.
That's super good.
Good times.
Still a classic.
It is round like a pear.
Everyone loves a pear.
Yeah, Perry. Is that why you're called Perry? Because it's like Perry, like the ball Earth, like Neil deGrasse. I guess he's your guy.
Apparently.
Come on, Perry. Why are you giving us a silent treatment? You're not even muted. Chatting away in the chat there.
Yeah. So apparently Perry has got a problem with senses. I want to know what sense is Perry. Perry, what sense are you using to experience the globe?
Oh. He's using the back of his flat head.
He say it makes sense, so go ahead and tell us which sense do you use for that conclusion? Was it the nonsense?
He can't fathom the fact that he's effectively a cultist trying to insult people who have left the same cult that he is still in. It's actually kind of funny, but sad at the same time.
Perry, holy shit, you're Mexican?
More like Tex-Mexican. No, let me quit. I'm joking.
So you can't specify which sense, just common sense. So is that like a conglomeration, or is that like just any one you choose? Like what sense are you talking about that you experience the globe Earth? Trying to get more specific.
The horizon remaining horizontal is common sense.
The best argument. He said the best argument for us flat earthers saying the earth is flat, it is measured flat, and he's laughing at that part. That's hilarious.
You know that all Argentinians are half Mexican and half Peruvian, so he's Mexican.
There you go.
And Peruvian. So there you go, Perry. You know your ancestry now. You learned something today.
He doesn't even know how to write in Mexican. I think he misspelled a word. La tierra es plano. Sí.
English only.
Yeah, the earth is flat. Objectively and measurably so.
And the horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude.
Yep. That's sense. You wouldn't want to be kicked out of here just because you're writing in Spanish, would you now, Perry? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, that's what they do, isn't it? They start looking for a way out.
Yeah.
So right, King.
What?
Saying I agree with you. Said so right, King.
It was the king bit at the end I didn't
Or
understand.
Queen,
Sorry, mate.
whatever you identify as. It's up to you.
I didn't hear. I just didn't hear the king. I thought it was just ing.
I
So I didn't understand what you said.
You can keep your own projections to yourself, Donnie. If you want to be called king or queen, that's fine. That's on you.
What?
Sounds like a Glober who was asked for proof of globe. What? What? You're going to actually ask for proof?
It is weird when people want to be called kings and queens. It's definitely weird.
I mean, is there like a preferred term you have? Because king is kind of like a term of endearment.
Usually it's our name.
Well, I don't know your name.
King is not a term of endearment.
Yeah, it is.
It is not.
What part of the what dark
I think
part
it
of the
is.
internet? What dark crevice of the internet did you get that horse shit from?
No, I see this in real life. I also say it on the internet, but like, there's people I work with that like call each other king.
Okay, prove it.
All right. Well, I just don't believe it's flat, but you know what? You know how I prove it? Thousands and thousands of mathematicians have proved it day by day.
Could you name a couple of them?
Yeah.
Name one.
Galileo.
Galileo.
Thousands and thousands of D&D players.
What?
Thousands of beekeepers.
There it is again.
Albert Einstein, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Albert
Tyson is
Albert Einstein was a mathematician? Really?
What did they do?
Neil deGrasse Tyson's not a mathematician.
What did Neil deGrasse Tyson do to prove the Earth was a sphere?
I didn't say he proved it. I'm saying he's not a mathematician. He's not one of the people who proved the Earth is flat.
Okay, who did, and what did they do?
I said Isaac Newton, Copernicus, Galileo.
What did they do?
Okay, what did Sir Isaac Newton do?
All right. Well, no, that's not my argument. My argument's not what their calculations were. My argument is that thousands of mathematicians
Then how do you know
prove
it's
it
true,
day by
what you
day
said?
over a course of periods of time. Therefore,
What did they do?
bias and your analogy that the government or your ideal that the government is saying the Earth is flat because of an Arctic ice
Sounds
wall.
like you've got to get it all out because you want to get away from the point that everyone wants to talk about. You want to disassociate yourself with that and poison the well. Okay, slow down. So, The mathematics must
He
be
left.
based upon. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he left.
Damn, that was quick.
That's all you could handle.
They just want to say something as much as they can and then get out like it's going to make a difference.
Drive by.
He's out here making a difference.
That's
Barking
why
at
he
the
left.
flat earthers and running away.
Yeah, that's why he left, to make a difference.
At least he told us, he did his part. He told us that it is wrong.
He's gone back to tell his friends, I told those flat earthers. I said as much as I could to them and then left.
Thousands of mathematicians like Galileo, Newton,
Like Bill Nye.
Hilarious. What? Not one of them.
Bill Nye.
Not one of them was a mathematician. Not one.
Sir Isaac Newton invented calculus.
Right? While he was reading Revelations.
So some guy with like a whiteboard, he writing down a bunch of equations and formulas and shit. That's how the globe came to be proven.
Okay, does anybody here want to have an actual debate?
Well, you don't, for starters.
Well, you keep muting me because you're scared and you're a coward.
Stop shouting.
They've already
Maybe
poisoned
I
the
won't mute
Like
you.
I said, you don't.
Stop shouting and
Actual
maybe I won't
cowards.
mute
No
you.
one shouts. No one shouts.
There's no debate here. Oh, and he left too.
There is a debate.
Oh, you're still there. Yeah. No debate. No.
There's a debate.
We got this.
Thank you.
We got this.
Hey, Flatties, any Flatty brave enough to come out of his closet? Any? No.
What's he
There's
on
no
about?
debate. You're debating against water level, is what you're doing.
Where's the ice wall, by the way?
That's a
Water
military thing.
level.
That's a military thing. You're going to have to ask them. They came up with that.
If the earth is flat, why does the water just not, run off the fucking table onto the fucking floor?
It's contained by the shores.
How is it contained?
It's contained
You ever
by the
spilled a
shores.
cup of water on your desk,
Listen
retard?
to
You know
me.
how it just goes everywhere?
Okay, so I'll mute you while I talk. It's contained. It has shores. Shorelines contain it.
Yeah, all water.
Shorelines.
All
No,
water
I
on
don't
Earth
believe
is
that. You're
contained by-
going to have to prove that one.
All water on Earth is contained. Yeah, all
Yeah, that
water
one.
on Earth is being contained by shorelines.
He doesn't believe in shorelines. Well,
He's denying shorelines.
He's never seen a pond or a lake.
What you're saying is all the water on the planet is level.
Not a planet.
Correct?
Not a planet. Not
Correct?
a planet.
It's all equally level? Is that
Not
what
a
you're saying?
planet.
Incorrect. It's not a
planet.
planet, so that you can't have
Oh, it's not a
water
planet.
on a
So
ball.
what is it? What is the correct term? My bad.
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
The Earth.
So this water that's sitting on this flat surface, why doesn't it run off into space?
The shores
What's
hold it.
containing it?
Oh, sorry.
The shores. The shores.
This is
The
probably gonna
shores.
upset you.
The shores don't
This is
explain
gonna upset
anything.
you, dude. Please calm down. This is going to upset you, so I hope you're sitting down. All right. If you need someone to talk to afterwards, maybe phone a friend or your mum. But the Earth isn't in the vacuum of space. We are not the third flat planet or disk from the sun. We don't orbit around the sun. That is not the cosmology
Really?
in which we. Yeah.
Space isn't real now.
So no, you can't have uncontained vacuums. That's stupid.
Really? Says you.
He's not saying the shit you see above you is not really. He's saying the outer space lore, the narrative that has been granted to us, that is fake and gay.
Jewish lore? Is that what it is now? Jewish lore? Is that what you want to call it?
That's coming from you. That is all.
Is that what you're gonna? Why are you saying lore now? Is that? Is it? It seems like you're hinting
Just
something
have
now.
these derailments after derailments in here.
You're calling space lore, which I find
it
pretty
is. It's
crazy.
fake. It's fake, dude.
Oh, it's fake. Asteroids, comets, fucking solar
Correct.
system.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah, it's
fake.
all
Yeah,
fake.
you don't have to
Hey,
be
go
afraid.
outside, dude. Go outside, dude. Look up at night. You fucking idiot.
And
yeah, you just missed my point completely. Thank you for
Oh, it's
proving
all fake.
who you are.
It's not real.
and so I look up at the night sky and
Maybe look at everything around you.
okay,
Maybe
so
look
in the
at
night sky
all
I
the other
see
planets around you. Maybe look at maybe you're not, where does the light come from?
that'll be the
Right?
sun. That'll
Maybe
be the
like
moon, that'll be the
understand your
things in the
reality.
sky. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm trying to have a decent conversation with you, but I'll fucking try. So I go outside at night and I look up at the night sky and I see the lights. I see the moon and the stars. Okay, now what?
How do you know what they are?
Sorry,
It's called
what I'm looking-
technology.
Oh, technology.
Idiot.
Excuse me. Now I've got to have technology when I go outside at night. What technology do I need?
You think people back in ancient Egypt knew what the sun and the moon and the stars
Excuse me.
were, dude?
Excuse me. You said this was
No.
obvious. We can go outside at night. I'm trying to follow along your example. You seem to be running away from the fucking thing you said. You people
When
do this
I
all the
give
time.
you a
You
glass
bring
of
something
water,
up, and
when
then
I
as
give
soon
you a
as you
glass
start
of
being
water
posted about
that
it, you
1,000
fucking
people
run away.
drank and it's
then
it's
what
good,
happens is you
and
start talking
you
through the
survive and you
person,
drink from it, you're not
pointing
gonna
out what
die.
an idiot you are to drown
Like
me out.
everybody agrees.
You're an idiot. Yes,
Just
everyone
get with the
agrees.
program, dude.
Okay, so what
You're
technology
the
do I
lone wolf
need?
out here saying the Earth is flat.
Excuse me,
Get with the
dickhead.
fucking program, dude.
What technology do I need?
Dude, you can literally buy a telescope from
Okay.
Amazon,
And
you'll be good.
And what do I do with it?
Look at all the planets. Look at the moon.
Okay. For example, I look at Jupiter.
3D round objects, dumbass.
Hello. Right. First of all, you've asked me to get a telescope. That's monocular. You need stereoscopic vision to see 3 dimensions. Now, I've got my telescope and I can see what is called Jupiter. Okay. Now what?
Everything in the solar system is large.
Excuse me. We've got to Jupiter.
Wait.
Now what? Are you telling me I've got to look at other things now?
Hey, dude, you're trying to
Follow what you're
breadcrumb this
saying.
argument.
Yeah, I know.
Let
How
me
stupid of me.
run the argument, please. Thank you. So when you look up in the sky, it's called an ecosystem, right? And in the ecosystem, you're not going to find something that doesn't belong there. Only things that live there belong there, right? So you're like, for instance, if you're in Africa, you're not going to find a fucking penguin. So in space, a thing that you don't believe is real, right? Large objects exist. Like the sun, the moon, the star, all these different things. Large fucking objects. And when large objects exist, why are they... Wait. Why are they round? Why are they round? I'll tell you why. Because gravity pulls things to the center. So a large object is going to be round because of gravitational
Okay,
mass.
you can't just preach, all right? You can't just preach. You're going to have to listen to some responses now.
Do you understand?
Yeah, we understood you preached and didn't want to be challenged on what you said.
I'm preaching, but you're not listening. That's the problem.
I've now got to go back to the beginning of what you fucking said. Can you remember what you said at the beginning?
Of course. Good sir.
Okay. Good. So
the moon...
No, this is my turn to talk, you fucking idiot. Shut up. So we've got the telescope. I'm looking at Jupiter. Now what?
You got me? You get me. Mars isn't flat. You get me.
You are an idiot. I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
So if Mars isn't flat, if Jupiter isn't flat...
You're doing it again. You're just attacking me and I'm trying to follow what you're saying. It's like, hello? You sound like you got good information, right? You want to be heard, you want to be understood. I'm trying to do that, and yet you keep running away from the very thing you're trying to fucking explain, you prick.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat if everything
No, we're
else is
talking about
round?
your fucking example. How many times do I have to tell you? We're talking about what you
I don't
said.
think getting angry and name calling is going to get anybody anywhere.
Shut up.
I'm
Thanks.
trying to help. Damn.
No, you're obviously
Can you please
not.
stop being so moody and broody, sir?
Yo, hey, Charles
Take a chill
II.
pill.
Yo, the English king over here. Look at the.
So back to the example of the telescope, and we're looking at Jupiter for the like fifth time now. What do I do?
The size. You move on to the next one. Do you get me?
He never stopped talking, even when he was muted.
Do you understand?
No, you were muted. We didn't hear you.
No, I don't look at if I'm muted or not.
Okay, so I'm looking at Mars. Now what?
You jot the size, you jot the shape, you write it down. You move on to
the size. Well, it's angular size.
Move on to someone else.
You jot the size, you jot the shape. That's so stupid.
That's rich.
So you just put a dot on a piece of paper then? Because that's what you're going to see.
Look at Mars. Okay, it looks like a circle. Yeah.
So I guess Earth is a dot, a light in the sky, a dot of a light in the sky. Okay, now what? Never saw Earth light up unless there was an incandescent bulb or some kind of bulb.
I'm eyeballing it. It looks like 10-mile diameter.
Did he say that if you go to Africa, you're not gonna find penguins? He said something like that, right?
He did.
Yeah, man. That was part of his long-winded story about something.
Donnie Darko's having a hard time now. He says water cycle doesn't exist.
Really?
What?
I mean, it's a cartoon. It's all that it is.
No, it's also something that's going on outside, which you can depict in a cartoon if you want.
It rains, and there's puddles on the floor. Over time, after it stops raining, those puddles go away. Some of the water sinks into the floor. Some of the water evaporates and goes back up into the sky as water vapor. And then, over time...
What experiment would you be able to do to prove this? Where would the dependent variable be?
Kettle.
So what's a dependent variable? An independent and controlled?
So the dependent variable in what I just observed was the water evaporation. The cause of the water evaporation, temperature.
There you go. Experiment. Done. And can be proven.
Right. Did you ask because you generally didn't know yourself? Or did you ask because you knew the answer, you were hoping that I knew the answer to? Or you were trying to catch me out because you were hoping I didn't know the answer because you already did? Which one was it?
None of them, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He didn't.
It was a secret. It was a secret fourth thing.
Yeah, you didn't. You asked the question and you didn't know the answer. So you're trying to be taught. You're trying to learn.
No.
Very good. You're here to learn from flat earthers. We appreciate that. Thanks.
I fucking hope I'm not here to learn.
Well, you just did, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
So you
learned
something against your own will. Hilarious.
Never really learned. I heard it. I didn't absorb the information. Because again, it's just a cartoon, you know?
Not what learning is? What the fuck?
There's a difference between listening and hearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't actively listening.
There's a difference between the cooter and the booter hole.
So anyway, so if he's not going to listen, if we're just going to say shit, he's not listening, he just says something else, I'll just remove him.
No, listen to everything else. I just wasn't paying attention to the water
Just
cycle
shut
thing.
up, man.
My bad.
How dare you?
He asked, what's your independent variable? And all that crap, and you started answering, and he decided not to listen.
Exactly. Do you guys know you come in here thinking you're smart and then just step into a pile of shit that you made yourself?
Wait, I took a shit? I shit there?
You sure did.
That's my shit I'm stepping in?
Shit.
Damn.
You fell face first right into it. Yeah.
So that's what I've been smelling this entire time?
Yeah, and you did.
your own shit.
Oh.
Enjoy the smell.
Well,
Shit, I thought that
Discord
was
doesn't have
brain cells.
Discord isn't a smelling machine, so any smells you have are actually coming directly from you. Yeah, so if you're admitting to us you're stinking, you better check yourself.
No, I have been ripping mad ass recently.
Check your depends.
Bag full.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm lactose intolerant and I ate a shit ton of ice cream yesterday.
Might need a new depends.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm guessing Timmy's never seen the juice box on Mars or the Mars lemmings running around the animals.
Yeah, he'll just ignore that like he did the shorelines.
I like how he said you're gonna jot the size, like you can just look at something in the sky and eyeball how big it is.
I know, right?
That's all he did.
Just imagine licking the top of my thumb, stretching my arm out so I could put Mars on the top of my thumb, and then judging how far away it is and the size of it. Yeah, that's how we do it.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then just jot that down.
That's tracksuit Timmy science right there.
Yeah.
It's gonna go outside and start eyeballing shit in the sky and just jot down sizes and stuff.
That's tracksuit Timmy science for you.
Here, I took a picture of Mars. I'm going to post it.
Oh, yeah.
You can measure the size just from that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let's jot down the shape of that. 1 sec.
I'm going to jot down the size. Yeah, I'm just going to look at it.
Judging by the time of year, that's about, 76 million miles away? Summer now, isn't it? Yeah.
I can measure it with my vernier calipers. Let me see.
Oh, God.
What about Lazy Robo? Hopefully not too lazy to offer some globe proof.
Yeah, so Mars, that was 1 millimeter.
That's
You
good
said
point.
you said you don't want globe proof, heretic.
Oh, okay. Well, you wouldn't want to do anything that I don't want.
You just
You
want to
just
dismiss
want
it.
to dismiss it so you can satisfy your ego.
Yeah, I
How
get a
can
good
you
ego
want
boost from that.
something?
Yeah, so according to U.S. State Department, that just left actually. The Earth is 1 millimeter.
Yeah, exactly. And it always goes straight to my head when I just dismiss some proof of something. I like the ego trip on that. He's right. It's time to be honest about it.
I like to hand wave proof first thing in the morning. I think that's the best time to just hand wave it away. Gets it over and done with, and the rest of the day is free to do what I want to. Right?
Yeah, get that ego boost in right away.
Yep, sets
Go
me
and have a
right
good
up.
day.
Yep.
Seems like their copes are just getting crazier. I don't know. I always say that. They've probably always been crazy. Like this crazy.
Yeah, I think they always have been this crazy. I think it's the time that we've spent around the crazy people. It's just the more it goes on, the more disappointing it gets. It's like, will this crap ever stop?
Yeah.
Occasionally you get the good conversation, but the majority of the time it's the same shit, same spirals, same stupid crap. So yeah, I think it's that.
Most of them never got past season 1.
I don't really get that. Using that as an ego trip, just asking somebody for some information and then dismissing it. Well, at least tell us how you came up with that then, since you don't want to give the globe proof. I'm interested to hear that.
Must be something he does.
Alright. He wouldn't mind having a conversation. I'll mute myself so there's no over talking. If I want to interject, I'll ring a special bell or something.
Put something on the soundboard.
Yeah, some kind of alarm or something.
You feel free to take the mic and do what you gotta do, man. It's the same shit, different day.
This guy just seems sensitive, complaining about being muted and stuff and overspoken. I want to appease them as much as we can. It's okay, little one. We don't bite. It's all right. We've been fed. We're not hungry anymore. It's safe. You'll be okay.
I see what you're talking about. Side chat. We facilitate 1v1 conversations all the time. Feel free to unmute and everybody else will mute up. You can have a conversation with whoever you want to.
Okay, provide the glow proof then. We're waiting. Lazy Robo. Waiting for the glow proof you mentioned.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force. The Earth is flat and level.
Let's have votes up to the stand. Who's up next? Okay, Ramen, go ahead.
What?
Go ahead with the globe proof. Well, what did I expect, really? I guess you kind of got to blame that one on me. I did ask for globe proof, and that's about the best they got.
Yo, can I?
How does ramen works on a globe?
Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, cook.
Can I speak?
Yeah, dude, go for it. Really good globe proof. Changed my mind right away for that one. Let's get Oates up here. All right, go ahead, Jimbo. Go ahead, sober cop. No. Dude, you can just say you want to be banned. You don't have to like leave and rejoin. You can just say you want to be banned.
Was that ramen?
Yes.
Noobs.
Surfside. What's up? You see any curvature at the beach? Surfside?
Yes, you see the surfers when they're surfing going down the hill, down the water hill. And those waves, they do curve. There you go. That's curvature at the beach.
Why is everyone silent?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
This is profound, man.
Google, do you have any females in here? Do you have any females in here? Please address yourselves with your username if there's any females in here. Thank you.
What I missed? Tell me more. That's super interesting. I'm intrigued. Anybody awake? Hey, I'm gonna get some Burger King. Heck yeah. Some onion ice rings, some milk, earthquake, PNS wave drink.
How's it going, AI?
I don't know, man. I don't
I hope
know.
all's well with you, man.
I'm about to get some Burger King though.
Yeah. It's been quiet in here for a minute. We had some activity earlier, but it was mostly just U.S. State Department preaching.
Oh.
Thank you, Richard. Burger King, what can I get for you tonight?
I would like a large milkshake.
What kind of
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Strawberry.
strawberry milkshake? Is that it?
Then I want a rodeo burger. And then I want a large onion ring.
A what?
Large onion ring.
Is that it?
Yeah. And what kind of sauce do you got?
What?
What kind of sauce do you have?
We have barbecue, honey mustard, sweet and sour, zesty, ranch, buffalo.
Honey mustard.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
1152, window 2.
All right. Oh, I forgot to say, mix my milkshake with a counter clockwise rotation.
You got to account for Coriolis so that it mixes perfectly.
I know, right? Oh.
Got to go in the house and watch The Matrix with the family. And half of them have never seen it, so this will be fun.
What? Heck yeah, brother.
Don't worry, I've probably made up for most people's watching of that documentary.
Yeah. I keep making Matrix references and my children don't understand them, and I'm like, no, I've got to fix this.
Most definitely, yeah.
Hello.
The day it was released, I saw it 3 times. Within the first week, I'd seen it 7 times.
No. Just salt, actually.
My wife went to play the movie and accidentally loaded Revolutions. I'm like, no, we have to watch the first one.
You must watch them in order. And in all honesty, if someone was to say to me, pick one, I'd say watch the first one and scrap the second two. Just you'll be right.
Yeah, just watch the first one by itself and nothing else.
Standalone, it does good enough.
Well, the other movies are pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's just, the fourth was very much different.
Yeah, but see, the way I look at it is the movies are awesome as long as you realize that nobody ever got out of the Matrix. If you think they actually went to the real world, that screws up the whole story. For example, like when Neo was in the quote unquote real world, how could he EMP the squiddies? Think about it.
Yep.
Because he never left the Matrix, that's why.
They just created a situation that's so dreadful that one would believe that it must be real.
Yeah, well, you think you've reached base reality, so now you're in a prison with invisible walls. You have no idea that you need to escape. What the architect told him, he said, hey, homie, I let you guys think you're free. I let you have your little fun. You know, I let you kill a few agents, maybe. I let you free a few people, but really you're still in prison. And your little victory makes y'all feel good about yourselves, and then the next generation is in prison just like you were last generation, suckers.
Continues the cycle, generates more energy.
That's a lie. They don't need the energy from humans. That's so thermodynamically retarded. The fact that any of the humans believed it is hilarious.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take it easy. Do you know the movie Inception, where you're in a dream within a dream?
Just don't forget your token.
Yeah, that's what the Matrix is. It's when John Wick was shot up and he's dying next to his car, thinking about his dog and his wife, and he faints out of consciousness. That's all the Matrix movies happen during those few seconds. Or it could be the other way around. Maybe the Matrix. No, sorry. Maybe John Wick is Neo's dream.
John Wick is Neo in training.
how's everyone doing here today?
Fantabulous. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. Tell me, it's 2025. Do you believe you live on a magical monkey spinning space ball?
I don't think that's a
tilting,
year.
wobbling in a vacuum, or is it planar with topography?
No, but it's 2025. But I'm not gonna fault you for getting the year wrong. I often do that myself. You did say 2024, unless you're specifically wanting me to track back.
2025.
Goes fast, man. It goes fast. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. It goes fast. No, I'm a glober. You know, hey.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I don't know, man. You know, born this way, I guess.
Born into it. So we are in the Matrix. Interesting.
Yeah. Living right in the Matrix, code flowing every day of my life. I mean, I'd love to ask you guys if I can. Like, why do you think everyone's lying to us?
I never said anyone was lying to me.
Okay. Do you think people are lying to us then, I guess, is the correct question?
Well, people lie for all sorts of reasons, so most probably your mum lied to your dad lied to your mum, so I'm willing to throw that one out there. But yeah, people lie all the time for random reasons, but that doesn't really prove anything.
I think you understand my general question, though, which I'm trying to just get an idea of.
Lying about what?
All right, so if people generally believe in a round Earth theory, and then people believe in a flat Earth theory, why would the people hide from the people, the truth? What is the reason?
Some people just don't know the truth, like yourself. You don't know that it's flat, so you're just going to accept what anyone, a position of authority, tells you. That person may not be lying. They might be just passing down information that's passed on to them. Until they know the truth, then they'll never know that they're telling a lie.
So, but why would the person at the top of that? What's the gain from them to lie?
Who's that? You point the finger, and I'll go and have a chat with them.
I would love to be able to point the finger, but it's your belief in that they're lying, so I think that lays on you, no?
Well, stop. I never claimed anyone was lying. This is your call, not mine.
I've not made no claims either. I'm just saying.
So why are we talking about people lying then? You brought the subject up. I'm just happy for someone to come in with proof of curvature. That'd be swell.
All right. So let's say I can't come in here with proof of curvature. That would satisfy your beliefs, because you've been here a long time and no one
No.
can do that.
This is not to satisfy my beliefs. This is to satisfy common sense. If you measure something and it's flat, it's flat. If you measure something and it's curved, it's curved.
Would your beliefs not be common sense, though? Is that not doing the same?
Comes back, go and measure the Earth. If it comes back curved, then we'll be happy with that. If it comes back flat, you can put your resignation in for Globetardia and come and join the ranks.
I mean, that's fine, but you said your beliefs aren't common sense. Would they not?
That's not a belief. So you're telling me my beliefs are a curved surface is curved and a flat surface is flat. That's not a belief. That's just common sense.
I don't think I made any astute opinions of your beliefs. I just said if someone was to come here and portray something to your beliefs.
So now you're sidestepping. So have you got measured drop over distance, also known as measured curvature?
I've just come here to ask a couple of questions. I don't have any measurements, if that's okay.
So you've got no proof of curvature. So you are not Neo. You are not the one.
I don't think I am Neo, to be honest. I can't fly, nor do I look as sexy as Keanu Reeves. I wish I did, though. Life would be easier.
So you've got no curvature. Anyways, what's your questions? We know you got no curvature, so that's easy.
That's fine. So why the cover up? There must be a cover up, right? If is there a denial of existence of that?
Well, yet again, it's all speculation. But if you really want to, the narrowed down version of it, it's for control.
And what's the gain there? Like, what's the how does it relate to control?
Control as in the aspect of, why are you here today? Why are you in this channel? Because you're controlled.
Okay, so, but you understand this is such a minority of the population, right? It's not many.
Okay, so consensus is key now. So 1,000 people say one thing, whether they're right or wrong, so you're just going to believe them because they're the majority.
Right, but how does that relate to like general control? Because general control, I mean, we're getting into the billions here. So
Yeah, that's fair. But Andy, you don't actually know that flat earthers are the minority. For all you know, the majority of people on Earth think the Earth is flat. You'd have no way of knowing. You have no data set. Tell me otherwise.
I claim either way.
I know I heard a poll was done, and people 18 to 34, 40% of them said they don't believe the Earth is a globe according to the mainstream paradigm.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. Like I said, I claim no belief either way. So, but I would say a lot of people, I think that would be a fair statement, believe the Earth is a globe, and let's say they were wrong, and let's say the Earth was flat. What confuses me is why not just be honest about it? What's the hidden factor there? What's the reason that they're denying it and they're denying the truth to people? I say they, as in like the bodies that hide it. Government, NASA, ESA, Indian Space Agency, China.
But that's like saying the United States government should just come out and tell everyone that technically there's no law that you have to pay your taxes. Like, get real, dude. You think they're just going to give away their power?
But why does their power reside in? I don't think it is the same as that, because the taxes are their power. Because
no, it is, dude. So, for example, the United States CIA director, you can watch him say it in his own mouth hole, that we will know our disinformation campaign is working. Or I can't remember exactly what he said about disinfo or whatever. He said, when everything the American public believes is false.
Mm-hmm.
That was his goal, the CIA director.
Yeah. All right, but that doesn't really answer my question, though, right?
Yeah, dude. If you control all the truth and everybody else believes in nothing but falsehoods, in power. I mean, I don't know why. It's really self-evident, dude. I don't know why it's so hard to explain or to understand.
I mean, sympathize with me for a second on it not being self-evident, and sympathize with me with someone who lives in a system where the system is set around it being a globe Earth, and the evidence is not there for it being incorrect, because I don't see the economical or the power benefit of it just being misled to those people. I don't see why the trickery would be beneficial to those power holders who truly know the truth.
I mean, that's great. That's great. But you know what's funny? Yeah, guess what, brother? Guess what? People's motives of what they gain are personal. So, for example, they could just relish in the fact that they're the ones with the truth and everybody else is a peon sheep that doesn't know the truth. That in itself could be the end goal. And just because you don't think it's a worthwhile end goal doesn't mean that they wouldn't. And so that's the problem with motives. Your opinion of what's a good motive is irrelevant. The only person who matters when it comes to their motives is the individual, correct?
But it wouldn't be an individual thing, though, right? This would have to be a mass conspiracy, because it's such a wide thing between so many bodies. No, it would be it wouldn't really.
Not really, dude. Not really.
One power holder. I mean, we're talking through history here as well.
Hey,
right?
Andy, which one would be easier?
But dude, just imagine the numbers, dude. How many people in the history of humanity have even allegedly been high enough to see the whole Earth? How many?
Oh, we're probably in the hundreds there.
Wrong.
No, the
less than 30.
Less than 30.
Yeah,
right.
Less than 30, and I'm including the Apollo astronauts and the people in the Bible and other religious texts that were taken up into the greater heaven and allowed to see everything as it is, and they were told not to tell anyone what it's like when they
I've seen
return.
around 670 people have been to space.
In all of human history, dude, in all of human history, just 1 second, dude, in all of human history, less than 30 people would have primary knowledge. Less than 30.
All right, but I'm seeing on Wikipedia. I mean, at least in the US, 319 men, 60 women. Soviet Union, 70 men, 2 women.
No, dude, listen to what I'm saying now.
Okay.
I didn't say how many people have been high. I said how many people have been far enough away from the Earth to see it in its totality.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
people that went to the ISS, hold on, friend, people that went to the ISS are not in that category. They can only see 3% of the Earth. They can't see the whole Earth, dude.
Alright. So you're talking about like beyond that orbit, and that's what you're saying.
Yeah, dude. People in the ISS don't have primary knowledge of the Earth's form in totality. They don't. They simply don't.
Yeah. Do you think every photo that's taken from there is like fisheye then? Because I mean, some photos aren't taken on fisheye, and then they show that curvature. No. Do you disagree with that? Then I assume.
Dude, I don't know. What I know is that there's conflicting data from all different altitudes, including the relative height of the ISS from the Chinese station, where there's a flat horizon from their videos. So it's like, who are you going to trust? One thing I do know is that if the horizon, here, check this out, if the horizon is equidistant and at the same drop angle, then that means all the light is coming in at equivalent angles, 360 degrees around you as you pan your head. So where's the differential to see this dramatic curve that they show from the ISS height?
But
I reckon you'd have to be...
right.
Go ahead. What?
So they're incompetent enough to show mixed data coming from the ISS because they show some data that proposes a curve and some that proposes a flat Earth, right?
That's not incompetent, dude. It's actually genius, because then nobody knows what to trust. And they just say, well, one of the pictures showed curve, so I'm just going to rest my hat on the Earth's curve. Because that's what most Glovers do. Most Glovers, they see curve in an image, and they immediately think it's Earth curve. So much so that famous astrophysicists and astronomers had to rebuke the general public for thinking certain photos were Earth curve, because there's no way there'd be Earth curve at that height. So, for example, the Red Bull jump when Felix Baumgartner jumped out of a balloon.
Yeah, but he said that's fisheye. He didn't dispute the curvature of the Earth, right? He just said that this lens.
Doesn't matter, dude. What he was disputing. Here's what he was disputing. Morons thinking they were looking at the curve of the Earth. That's what he was disputing.
I mean, it seems relevant to me on what he's disputing, because it seems if people still believe in it, he's not saying that they're wrong in believing that curvature. He's saying that, like, this exact photo, it just happens to be a fisheye lens. So he's just... he's just pointing out the phenomenon, dude, that most Glovers, if they see a curve in the image, they immediately think it's the curve of the Earth. Yeah, but if I can just finish the sentence, he's actually being quite honest to what you would want someone to be in that case. So if you would expect someone to go up there and take something with a fisheye lens, you would hope that they would actually propose to people to say, hey guys, by the way, this is a fisheye lens. So in that exact scenario that you propose, is that not him being honest and what you would hope they would do in that scenario if they were?
No, dude, he's after the fact. He's not involved in that at all.
Okay, so him correcting people, that's not a good thing. That's not him saying. Hey,
no, it is a good thing. What I'm saying is he's doing it of his own volition. He wasn't hired by them to do it. He's doing it because he's sick and tired of listening to retards look at any image that has a curve in it and think they saw the curve of the Earth.
And what would you base that belief in? Like, who's them, and why is he said he's so tired of that? What's the evidence behind that?
Because he said so himself. Duh.
Can you give evidence of that? Is he tired of people believing in round Earth? Is he like, oh, the Earth's flat? I'm tired of people.
Wow, dude, you literally can't listen. Andy, you have a real hard time listening, don't you?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I don't.
Okay, listen. Pay attention.
Okay.
Okay. Put your speed down to like 25%.
Go ahead.
All right. Breathe. All right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're breathing down the mic. Nobody cares.
That's not me, by the way.
I know. It's a guy about to get hit. Yeah, dude. You should have spent more time saying what you're going to say instead of working up the courage to do it. Anyway, what Neil deGrasse Tyson was upset about is not that people think the Earth is a globe, but that people have a predisposition that if they see a curve, they don't put it to any scrutiny. They just automatically assume that that curve represents the curve of the Earth. That's what he was upset about.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could see why that's a mild frustration because, the curvature would be slightly different to what you would see in a fisheye lens. But I don't see how that directly.
Yeah, dude. How would you know? Hey, Andy. How would you know what the curve's supposed to look like?
Well, again, we're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson's beliefs here, and you were saying what his beliefs are. Does he believe in?
Yeah, and you were comparing those to his. So the question put forward is, how would you know what the curve is supposed to look like?
Yeah, no,
you're the one that said it.
I said from the beginning. I hide I do not hide any fact in that I've not been out to space myself. I've not seen it. I only know what I've seen in photos. Many.
So all you've got is photographs to go off to compare photographs against photographs. So how do you know which ones are real and which ones are not to put forward this comparison?
Well, all right. So here's the thing. So commercial space satellites.
The correct answer is I don't.
Oh, I hoped I could speak for myself there. Is that okay?
Well, anything you say other than I don't is just going to be just wish-wash. We know it's going to be bullshit.
Yeah, I mean that's a good view to have where you won't listen to any opposing view.
Well, no, it's not about not listening. It's about not listening to bullshit, not listening to lies.
Well, I mean,
so how do you know, Andy? How do you know which ones are true and correct? How do you know which ones are true and correct as to ascertain which ones are not lies and which ones are truthful? How can you tell the difference, being that the fact you quite clearly claimed you have not been to space?
Again, me nor you can, right? I agree with that. I think me nor you can tell what's a lie and what's truth, right? Would we agree on that?
Say what?
Like me nor you, neither of us can guarantee what is a lie or what is truth.
Me, not you, can guarantee what's a lie. And
me nor you. Okay, me nor yourself. Like myself or you. Like neither of us.
You're basically the one making the claims that these particular images are Earth curvature. But yet, you've not been to space, and you then turn around and say, I can't tell the difference. So why bother continue on trying to sidestep and baffle everyone with bullshit? Why not just be honest and say, you know what, you've got a good point, I don't know.
All right, I mean, if we can get a full sentence out. I've said from the beginning, I can't prove anything to you guys. I'm not here to do that. I'm just here to ask a couple of questions and get your beliefs. I think from the images that I can view where the Earth is a globe, I can't give you guaranteed evidence that they're not fake. All I can say is that they're so numerous and there's so many of them that the conspiracy there to fake all of them and fake so many of them would be so expansive that it just doesn't make sense to me. That's all I can say.
The GoPros are not expensive. GoPros are not expensive, dude.
I didn't claim that they were. I know the cost of GoPros. They're not that much. It's Amazon Prime Day right now as well, so they're a little bit cheaper. Shout out to Jeff Bezos. But we can look at the commercial satellites right now that we can look at within various different orbits. We can also relate that to weather patterns that we know exist right now. So we can look at, say, cloud cover within where we're at, or sun cover.
So here you are trying to sell us all these items that allegedly don't prove curvature as proof of curvature, and you'll sit back and say, oh, but I'm not here to prove curvature. So why are you trying to sell us a story again? What is with that?
I just think, is there anything that I'm saying without jumping to the hand trying to sell you something?
You made the very clear statement that you can't prove curvature and you're not here to prove curvature. You're here just to have a conversation. So why are you trying to sell us all these stories about satellites and so forth?
Okay.
Is this your proof of curvature?
There's two ways to look at all these satellites that I could potentially show you. One that they're real or one that they're fake, right? Is it dichotomy as simple as that? Like they're
well, how about I put it to you like this?
Okay.
I have no problem with people claiming there is mechanical devices flying above our heads.
Right.
I do have a problem with people claiming that these mechanical devices flying above our heads are in the vacuum of space.
All right. So let's leave that for 1 second. We can happily get into that. How do these things sort of stay up there, out of interest?
They're your satellites. You tell me.
I mean, I have a medal for this.
When I show you them, you guys say, "Nuh-uh."
What does that mean? What's the model?
Look, they're posting. You're posting it for you in the chat. They're posting how they stay up in the chat.
Oh, I'm not in chat. Okay.
Oh yeah, so we can't help you then.
No, I'll go in chat. I'm just saying I'm not there. Okay, so balloons. Is that the? I'm seeing the photo. The Verge, right? Balloons. Okay, so more balloons, and more balloons. Okay, but balloons are very visible, right? We can see balloons; they're quite clear. So when we look at these,
no, that's a lie. That's a lie.
No, that's a lie.
You can't see an airplane at 5 miles high, so that's definitely a lie.
So I feel like I can, but that's fine if you. Apparently, I can't.
I know you have feelings about it, but you can't.
Okay. Hey, if you say so. So you're saying when it goes beyond 5 miles, it's just not visible at that point, right? That's, by the way, what's that in feet? 26,000 feet. Okay, let's look at radar right now.
Radar.
Yeah, radar 24. Oh, I mean the flight radar 24. I'm just gonna look out my window right now, see what I can see. It is nighttime, so I'm less likely to see much, to be honest. We've got MPT-3W. That is 24,000 feet. That's out of the coast. Let me run outside. I'll be 1 second, guys. We'd love to prove stuff with our own eyes. I don't actually know what the weather's like right now, so...
All right, go ahead, Andy, with your proof.
It's pretty cloudy. Can't see shit.
Go ahead,
I'll give
Andy,
that,
with your proof. I haven't heard any proof yet.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I was just seeing if it wasn't
And
cloudy.
he didn't see an airplane either.
No, I can't see that plane right now. But, you know.
I was right!
And that's how, from what you would say, an n equals 1 example, you would claim victory. Within science, that's a big no-no.
You didn't do science.
2n equals 1. That isn't really science, so I'll give you that. But no, what I was seeing right there, as I said quite explicitly, is what planes were above me. I'm in Liverpool, by the way, just to geolocate myself. There's not any planes above me. There's 2 in Manchester, and there's 1 above the North Ocean. Which is quite far out anyway.
So you should still be able to see it, according to you. If you can see satellites 500 miles high, you should be able to see that plane 50 miles away. According to you.
Yeah, I said it's pretty cloudy though, right? You heard that?
According to you, you should just be able to see everything in the sky.
Yeah, you get what clouds are though, right? Okay, we'll move past that because I hope you do get what clouds are.
Yeah, they're water. Anything else?
No, I mean that was a quick point right there. So, all right, so let's jump back to it. So you think the satellites there? And there's many amateur astronomy photos of not just satellites that exist from say SpaceX or anything like that, but the ISS and everything like that. Are they all faked as well? Or do you think they're up there? You said you didn't believe in those objects being up there.
Which pic do you think is real? Post it. Let's take a look.
Okay.
How's he going to tell you which bit's real, heretic? He claimed earlier he can't tell the difference.
Oh, okay, well, I guess they're all out then.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys right now. Like, it's a photo. I see it. I can't tell you when I post a photo to you guys that it's 100% real.
It's just an internet picture, dude.
Oh, okay. Look, I don't think there's any point then in running through this exercise.
That's all you got?
We can post 1 or 2 if you want. and I'll be curious of what you guys think. These are posted from amateur photographers on Reddit, and I don't know these guys. I don't know their setup. But let's say this one here. That's one guy who said he posted this of the ISS. That was 1 month ago. Do you think is it like a fake? Is that not real?
I don't know.
I did see a better one today actually, but I don't know.
It's just some crap you posted in chat with no source, no information attached. I don't know what it is.
I mean, I can post a red link if you guys would like as well.
Well, it's just some crap he posted on his Reddit thread. What's it got to do with the Earth being a ball?
I mean, ultimately, what do you expect? That's not some crap that someone was posted. You know what I mean? Like where does it fall down to? What do you want? Do you want something that a NASA posted? Because then you're just going to say it's NASA and it's fake, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. Usually, what I say is, what's the verification?
Okay, that's fine. I will give you some photos of NASA ISS that they have posted them recently. If you're not going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with the follow-up, which is going to be, what's the verification of that?
Right. So, what would you want as a verification?
Oh yeah, this question. That's what they ask when they don't have any.
No, I'm really sorry. Like, if you ask me for verification and then I ask you for what verification, how can you come back with me to be like, oh well, gotcha. Like that's what they ask. That's what they go to.
Yeah, he clipped out the balloon for you. I posted one that has the balloon.
How is that not a very fair question to ask? I want verification. What verification do you want?
You would go, oh, here it is, right here. You wouldn't worry. You wouldn't waste a second worrying about what's going to work for me.
But how can I not ask that question when you ask for verification? Like,
well,
how can I?
You have to because you've got to stall. I agree with you.
Well, how can I not?
You don't have the verification.
What answer? What answer?
Dude.
In what universe would you want? What answer do you want to?
Yeah, see, this is all you're going to talk about. From this point on, you're just going to ask me what I want and what works for me because you're just going to give me an endless runaround at this point because you can't verify your shit.
I'm so bewildered and confused here because I give you some evidence.
What's confusing about what I just said, dude?
Let me answer that. So I give you some evidence, and then what I think is evidence, and fair enough, you dispute that. That's okay. And then you do dispute that, and then you say you want evidence, and I say, well, what would you like to counter that? And then you get into a whole, oh, well, here you go. That's what they always ask.
Now the stalling tactic is just to recap the conversation, dude.
No, but this is what you proposed. I'm only recapping how. Like, give me what you want.
Just proceed to whatever it is you have that verified your stuff. But I see that this is the end of the road. This is the end of the line for you, I guess.
So when you stop having a spiral out, Andy, you've put forward your claims of evidence. That's awesome. That's great. Now the next step is, how do you verify? How do you validate? How do you prove these are true and correct? And this is where you fell down earlier because you said you can't tell the difference. So what we have to do is now, all of us, find out some way to ascertain whether they are truthful or not.
Okay, so this is
looping on this.
Right. I just believe it.
Okay.
We know.
No. Just a belief. You don't need anything then. You don't need any evidence. It's just a belief.
No, all right. Let me give you some examples. When I flew to...
Why? If it's just a belief, you don't need any fucking evidence, dude.
Yeah. When I flew to Spain the other week for a sunny week away in a nice Spanish island, when the guy who was flying the plane was like, I'm going to fly the plane, I didn't go up to the cockpit and be like, I need some evidence of how you're going to fly this plane and what your flight path is and where you're taking it. And that's because he was qualified.
Study aeronautics then, if you're interested in it. It's pretty easy, actually. Yeah, flying a plane's not hard at all.
I appreciate your input there, but I didn't counter him to that. I just let him fly the plane.
Well, then there you go.
A couple of years ago, I had surgery on my ligament. My ligament, it's a shit. Like ACL, it got torn. And when the surgeon was doing surgery on it, and he was like, "Oh well, I'm gonna reconstruct your ligament. I'm gonna take tissue from X place." I didn't say, Well, I'm gonna have to research into this, and I need to know exactly where you're taking this issue from.
Andy, you're trying to make just a non-comparison there. Your belief in someone's capabilities is different to the belief in the ability to go to a particular place and take a bloody photograph. Right, I'll give you an example. Let's say in my backyard, I've got a purple tree with pink polka dots. I take a photograph of it. I put it online for everyone to see. And you turn around and say, that's fake. And I say, well, you can come to my house and have a look. You come to my backyard, you look out there and go, well, there you go. Purple tree with pink polka dots. I was wrong. Now, how do we validate these photographs?
But I don't think I care about that. I don't get what the comparison is there.
Because your stupid comparison of the pilot can fly a plane, therefore I believe the plane flies, is nothing to do with these photographs. So why did you bring such a useless comparison up?
But let me...
Exactly. Thank you. So now you've agreed that your two statements are two different things, non-related to what we're talking about. Congratulations.
Again, if I can speak, let me explain why those are two different things. Can I explain?
You're the one that said them. We know they're two different things. They are not related to you providing evidence of your stupid photographs. How do you validate them? How do you verify them? How do you prove they're true and correct?
Yeah, so it's a belief in institutions. So it's a belief in people who are more qualified than I am in things.
So you don't have anything. You've just got, here's a photograph, that's the end of my story.
What's the religion then, basically? The institutions are the church, and this is the gospel that they're preaching, and yeah.
Scientific method is my religion.
No, there's no scientific method here. Give me the hypothesis for anything that convinced.
I knew that would get a laugh out of you guys. Basically, a comedian over here.
Okay, Andy, that's great. So the scientific method is your religion. So you've made an observation. Excellent. What's the second step?
The second step is to do it. You know how well that's done me once, mate. So I evolutionary wise, I do things, and if they work well, I continue to do them. And the beautiful thing about this is that, like, everyone I've believed in within this institution has generally served me very well. So this surgery I went with that I was about to discuss but got interrupted about my knee, it went well. They did a good surgery. They sewed it up nice, and I could use my knee now. That plane in Spain, it landed, and then the Spanish pilot, he also flew me back, and it landed there as well.
He just wanted to get back to preaching.
Yeah.
That was it.
I mean, I can give you...
all that just so you can get back to preaching.
It's examples of where people who are qualified in their subject areas continue to actually provide within those areas.
Yeah, your priests, whatever. Yeah, you believe them, institutions. Yeah.
But I would ask you for examples where we believe in those things and then they continue to disappoint us. Like the pilots who crash, the surgeons who fail. They exist. Don't get me wrong, but they're few and far between. But then let's relate that back up to the space agency. If I can just finish the whole thought here. Let's relate those back to, like, say, satellite companies, GPS companies. They don't fail to track my position when I took the drive from Cornwall to Liverpool today, and it tracked me perfectly on my motorway all the way up here.
That prove a globe.
That doesn't prove a globe, right? So, all right, there are bodies in space, and you guys have acknowledged that, so I'll give you that. So you said there are, metal things flying above us in space that potentially may track our GPS systems. What I'm saying to you is that in the model...
I made it quite clear to you, Andy, that they are not up there. I have no objection
not up there. Okay,
to mechanical devices above my head. I do have objection to mechanical devices in the vacuum of space. I call horse shit.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. But you think there may be mechanical objects up there, or you don't think there are?
No, if you used your phone, you were using cell towers anyway.
All right, so it's all cell tower triangulation.
And your car uses the towers too.
Okay. Well, here's where it gets funny. All right, because sometimes I go out to sea. I work on ships, and around there's no cell towers. We're out Atlantic Ocean.
It's funny. I just posted the sea one for you before you even said anything. There you go. That's what they look like.
Oh, right. Okay. And they're out there. And by the way, they're out there just to fool people to think that there are GPS places around there, because
nobody's fooling.
No, they're out there so ships don't run into each other. What's wrong with you?
Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense. And they put these out there, and how many of them would have to be out there mathematically?
It doesn't matter. All kinds of them. It's flat on water, so what's the difference? You can probably go 50, 60 miles easy.
Well, I mean, the depth of the ocean where they would have to be at is many, many miles down, right? Atlantic Ocean, especially when you get into the Pacific Ocean, you're talking about 10,000 meters in certain points. So
who said they're all over the Pacific Ocean?
Well, you would have to have them over a certain distance.
Shipping routes don't go over the Pacific Ocean, who said they're out there?
Well, ships at all points out there get GPS coordinates, right? I mean, we can track this right now on
Who is sailing out there?
Well, all right. Let me share data with you with ships that are sailing out there.
Right. Fine.
MarineTracker.com. Sorry, MarineTraffic.com, not Marine Tracker. And
yeah, let's see their shipping lane, and then you'll find where these are placed.
Well, I don't think they're placed. They're pretty sporadic within that Pacific Ocean. There's marine traffic all around that ocean, and
so you need me. You posted it, so I have to look.
You don't.
You
have
can't
to,
do
if you don't want
screenshots
to.
for us. You can't do screenshots. I have to do them for you.
If you really want to screenshot my guy, that's okay. Just ask. That's fine. I'm doing it for you right now.
I do it all the time.
Look, and I appreciate and love you for it, but just ask in return. You know what I mean? There's no reason to shame me. I'll happily provide.
Oh yeah, they've got those buoys all over the place.
Yeah.
There you go. It answers your question. You probably don't need a shitload of them if you're on water. You don't have trees and mountains in the way.
But they're connected down to the ocean floor, right? Right?
No, they send signals to each other. How are they connected? Yeah, they're probably dropped with an anchor.
They drop an anchor to the ocean floor, but this is the Pacific Ocean. I mean,
so what?
On average, it's like 3,000 meters, but at some point, it's like 10,000 meters. That's a pretty big.
They ran a cable from United States to England underwater, so they can make things long. And so I don't know what you're talking about.
And that's a lot less deep, but you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of buoys, right?
No, it can go that deep that you want. You can run a cable that deep. Yep.
I mean, it's an interesting belief.
You can run a cable that deep. I know you don't want to hear it. You're trying to talk over me. You can run a cable that deep.
I wouldn't try to talk over you. I'm trying to honestly discuss with us evenly today. Why is he not public available information? What is that publicly available information? Is that the places where there are buoys? I mean, there are, but like I can give you public GPS satellites as well. Is that not?
What does that have to do with? You want to know how it works on water? I showed you.
I'm telling you how GPS satellites give you your location when you're at sea.
I said they use buoys, and I showed you a picture of one. You haven't shown me a space satellite moving boats around. Yeah, you haven't shown me a space satellite that's flying at 17,500 miles per hour, honing in on a boat.
What orbit it's in? I mean, the 17,500 depends on the orbit. If it's in low Earth orbit, it's around that amount. It's in geospacious orbit, it's a 0. And then anywhere in between there is going to be any amount between 1,700 and 0. So, there's no given number.
This is just story time.
I mean, this is just orbital.
This is just story time, bro.
This is just what, sorry?
Yeah, it's just you telling stories.
Sorry, you're breaking.
You're just telling stories.
Stories? Oh, it's just
story time.
Story time. Oh, okay, okay, story time. Yeah. It's all made up. Though. Why make this up though? What's the story time? Who they fooling? Are they fooling you guys here in 24/7 Twitter and Discord?
No. Why would they be fooling us? We're so stupid to believe that.
No, but it's a lot of money to send all these buoys around and to claim they're in space just to fool.
Oh, here you go. Here's how they do it. Yep. So each boat has one of these on it. Oh yeah, this is even better. They really got the technology down now.
We're looking at here.
So each boat has one of these on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they also talk to each other. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I mean, boats talk to each other.
No,
I don't think that's
this
crazy.
system does it by itself. Yeah, I can tell you where it's at because of other buoys. It just moves the signal around.
Right.
I guess you didn't read your page, did you?
Yeah. Oh, fool me. How dare I? Right.
Yeah, you just post shit without reading it.
Exist
I had to go look into your page that you posted to see how they do it.
Yeah, you got me. Like, systems exist for triangulation, so I must be wrong. Because there's no other evidence of satellites. Like, all of the photos and all of the data and everything else that's out there that you claim is fake.
What photos?
All right.
What photos?
World's largest terrestrial community. Terrestrial ground. Not space. So we can stop talking about...
Do they think aerial photography...
Yes, we don't have to talk about any of that shit anymore.
We can move on from this if you'd like to. That's fine. I don't want to stay...
What's there to say? I already debunked your story. Yeah, we're going to move on.
You think you debunked it? I massively disagree, but hey, that's fine. That's okay.
Do you think aerial photography requires a satellite?
No.
I posted a picture of a satellite in the side chat.
Simple Jack, what are you using a voice changer for?
I'm not.
Like, obviously, aerial photography.
Oh my god, that is a cartoon.
For satellite photography. I don't think anyone would ever deny that. But hey, we can move on if you guys would like to. That's fine.
Good grief, dude.
Here's a picture of a satellite.
It's in the side chat.
Yeah, and you shared a photo where the Earth doesn't look... well, it does look curved, to be honest. It just looks curved in the other direction. And but this one photo is evidence for you, but all the other photos aren't, if that's correct. Like, all the other photos where it doesn't look like that those are incorrect, but this photo, that is correct, right?
Yours are all still shots.
Yeah, okay. No, they're all wrong, but this one's right?
Yours are all still shots.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Oh, well, I can... I mean, I can sit here for hours and share photos of curved Earth, but you share,
We share video.
Where?
You share.
Toby don't care. He shares a photo.
We share video. You share still images. Correct.
Oh, you want me to share video? Okay.
Here's the problem, bro. Bro, let me help you out. The problem is that you have no idea what the curve of the Earth is supposed to look like at any altitude. So you have no idea that if you're looking at something,
right.
whether it's the right or wrong picture.
He shares video. No.
That loops every 90 minutes. That's on a 90-minute loop. It's not live.
Like, can we all agree that Andy has no frame of reference?
It's showing whether it's on a curve or not, right? Is that fake?
Oh, dude.
Yep.
Am I not coming in, Andy?
I didn't claim it was live. I claim it was footage.
Oh. Am I breaking up, homie?
Andy, no, you're good.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay now, dude. Good grief. Andy, you have no frame of reference or data of any knowledge of what the quote-unquote curve of the Earth is supposed to be. So when you see an image and think it's the curve of the Earth, you have no reference to be able to say whether it is or isn't.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, all right. So let's say I see these photos and I have no reference myself, and we accept that I'm born in the zeitgeist of the Earth being this way. Scientists have believed this for a long time, which you may give some disagreements with, if that's right. Like, are there any major scientists who have said the Earth's flat? Any major innovations within society? Any major company owners who have actually launched satellites to space? Are there any countries? Because we have a space program. Russia has a space program. China has a space program. Europe does. India does. South Africa does. Have any of these come out and said that our model of space and the Earth is incorrect?
Wait, South Africa has a space program? What have they done? What have they done lately?
Am I wrong on that? Is that me making it up? South Africa space program. I'll admit if I.
Yeah, brother. The only people who have space programs that allegedly make it to space are the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty.
Space for satellites. They've got a space program. I don't know how successful they've been, to be fair. But hey, okay, I'll admit South Africa, but India, China, Europe, America, Russia, those are all correct. So let's not nitpick here. I think I was just getting hung up on the fact that they have a space program. I don't think they've successfully been up there yet. But they're alive.
Bro,
right?
what does it matter? Who cares? Who cares?
Who cares? Is that an answer? Is that an argument? That's an argument.
Yeah, no. Why would it matter that all these countries have a space agency? Why would it matter?
Well, okay. So all these countries that don't really agree on much in the best of days. They don't like each other. They don't agree with each other. Yeah, this is one thing that,
as far as you know,
disagree with.
As far as you know. All
right, and that's your disagreement. That's your answer. It's just like, oh, I don't care. As far as you know, like that.
No. This is all non sequitur. It's all non sequitur from the fact that the Earth has no Earth curve to measure.
He's right. It's non sequitur. Could you say?
He's wrong anyway. They do all agree. They all agree on the Antarctic Treaty, homie.
And because they're Antarctic Treaty members, they had the Antarctic, and that's the motivation for hiding the fact that the Earth is flat. Is that your insinuation there?
Look, here, brother. All I know is that after Admiral Byrd went to the south and then went back to the north and back to the south, and after they did all their tests, all of a sudden NASA was formed. Dude. Holy fuck, dude. I didn't even have a sentence on the floor, dude. What, did you go ahead in time and see what I said before I said it?
You've taken 10 sentences to tell me how I interrupted you instead of saying a sentence. Go ahead.
I'll solve this problem, Andy. I'll just speak, and then when I'm done, I'll unmute you. Problem solved. So, what I know, dude, is that after all that happened in the past, immediately NASA was formed, and they put a ceiling on altitude that you could get to, and they put an outward limit on how far you could go out. And then the parties, countries, like you said, the only ones that were allowed to have a space program are the ones that are a signatory. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. So when you said they don't agree, you're actually wrong. They actually do agree on the idea of space and the Antarctica thing. All right, I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I was confused. I don't think I said they don't agree. I think they do agree on it. So hey, we're in agreement there. There's a lot of wild dudes here. I thought we were in agreement there. I thought that was cool.
Okay, so then the idea that they don't agree is off the table.
Oh no, all these buddies do agree though on the Earth. Right? Like, I'm confused here. We're not.
He doesn't get it, Ed.
Oh wow, the guys.
Like he doesn't understand what he's saying.
That have a space program and have signed the Antarctic Treaty, they don't agree. Wow, no freaking duh.
Okay, so we're talking because the signatures of the Antarctic Treaty. All right, yeah. Sorry, excuse me for my apparent low IQ in this, because I'm sure that's what you wanna assign this to, rather than me just misunderstanding your views there. But hey, I thought we were in agreement for a minute. You know, it's okay.
Yeah, dude, the space dudes and the space agency dudes, they're an in club, dude.
So all these buddies, despite the fact that space is not really related to Antarctica and the sectioning of Antarctica, and they actually managed to keep to themselves, which is fairly impressive so far. I'm sure that won't last long in terms of what they split Antarctica up to. But they keep these space boundaries. I don't think they have any space boundaries. There are no boundaries of space. I mean, there have been a few different missions from a few different countries.
Hey, bro, there's altitude boundaries, dude. You can't just send things up to high altitude, dude, without permission.
No, there is, but then there are boundaries above that where it gets into space, and there are no boundaries, and that's when you get into orbit, right? And there are no limitations.
Wow, dude. There are, dude. Good grief, dude.
There's a lot of oh, dude, good grief, dude. But like, if there is, then it only consigns to my beliefs. Like, if we're talking orbit, you get that how orbit works. I mean, if you believe in those orbital limitations, then you believe in my belief in orbit. So here's where I really get confused. What are you on about?
No, dude.
He's just pointing out the fact.
Tom, Dick, and Harry aren't allowed to send things up to whatever the heck is going on up there, dude.
Right, but private
What is
companies
going on
do
up
and
there?
are and have many objects within space within many orbits, right?
Yeah, dude, they had to get permission.
Okay. From who? The nations they launched it within? Or every nation, and if they do, how does that relate to flat Earth?
Dude, how it relates is this concept where you are trying to insinuate that these countries are somehow competing with each other to the point where they would oust the whole paradigm for their own self-interest.
Well, this is where I'm going to interject with a dude, because I've been interjected with many dudes, or Jesus Christ dudes. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the bodies that usually compete are actually quite aligned on this. They're actually
Correct. Now you're getting it. They are. Right. So then, what's the point? So are you saying they shouldn't be?
Well, I'm saying they all agree and none of them disagree that it's space and it.
Right. So what does that mean? Does that mean that a bunch of people who are otherwise enemies, in your view, agree on one thing? All of a sudden, that makes it true?
Yeah.
I guess you win. I guess you win the Nobel Peace Prize for logic this year.
Thank you.
Oh my god!
I'm glad we established that. All right. Well, let's say all these bodies that don't agree with each other, but they do disagree that say the Antarctica is in the south of the planet, right? Because that's just a basic. We understand that.
Hey, dude, but real quick, before I go on, since you have a very good grasp on this type of logic, I'm going to ask you another unrelated question, but very important and near and dear to my heart. So, Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker, they both agree that Diet Pepsi is better than Diet Coke. So it must be true because they're enemies on TV.
Yeah.
Do you agree that it must be true?
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good metaphor there. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't change the truth of the proposition at all. Just because they're enemies on TV.
All right. So let me explain something called geopolitics and why these countries love to undermine each other. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go. Jesus Christ. Can I get in with Jesus Christ, guys? Come on, someone.
Undermine each other? What are you talking about?
Come on, someone give me a Jesus Christ.
Who are these underminers? Where do they live? What's their names?
Undermines. It's in the name. They mine under us.
That's right, dude. They're literally under our feet right now, mining.
Yeah, if you look down, they're there. Oh, look. Okay.
Yeah, he sounds drunk.
No, I'm giving you guys.
Hold on, Andy. I think I figured it out. I figured it out, brother. So do you remember Red Dawn? And then they made a remake where the Chinese invaded. I think they're going to invade through tunnels that they. They dug all the way from China through the earth, and that's how they're going to get us.
Yeah, I mean that's. I think that's a very realistic view of things.
It's just like really shallow incredulity, just going on and on. You never make a point, really.
I'm trying to, but the amount of things I get to, I can't really make a point without getting interrupted.
Okay,
it's really hard. So, all right, let me try my best to make one. Okay. Silence. Great. I'll take that as a yes. Okay. So, SpaceX satellites. These are ones that you can see with your naked eye. They orbit around the Earth. Okay. They're very clear ones. you can literally go out right now and you can watch the next time that they get about you because there's so many of them. To a certain extent,
I couldn't see it.
You did. You can see it. Okay, that's fine. But most people can. I'm sorry you failed to do it on your occasion. Okay, so hey, those satellites are out there. They can be observed with very.
So how are they doing internet if it's a string of lights and then it goes over my house? That I no longer have internet now. It only works for 5 minutes. It only works for 5 minutes, according to what I looked up. It should only be my house.
Do you
for
have
5
the SpaceX?
minutes.
Do you pay for SpaceX?
It's not SpaceX.
What? I'm sorry. What do you think this question is? We're talking about SpaceX internet satellites. Like we're talking
No, it's
about.
not SpaceX internet. It's called Starlink.
Oh, okay. Starlink. Sorry. Do you have the Starlink satellite?
No.
Okay, so why would you expect to get internet from them?
Because you said that's where internet comes from. And if it's a chain that goes over your house, and it goes like there's 15 of them go over your house. Now they're over Canada, and then they're going to be over somewhere else. How am I still getting internet here? My next door neighbor who owns it, how's he still getting it?
Probably from like fiber cables.
Oh, so not the thing that goes overhead. Got it.
Because it's impossible that it's both.
It is impossible that it's sending internet. You're correct.
Thank you. I'm glad we've all established this. See you guys later.
Yeah, it's a good time to run. Okay, so you see lights in the sky overhead.
It's bewilderment. But
bro, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Andy. I got to ask you a question about your claim real quick.
That's fine.
So if you see lights in the sky, does that necessitate that they're in space, in orbit?
No, it's likely they are, but it isn't necessitated, no.
Okay, so what's your point since it doesn't necessitate that they're in orbit in outer space?
No, it doesn't guarantee it. I see lights in the sky. They could be anywhere in the sky.
Okay, so what's your point since there's no way to actually prove that this is the case?
Okay, so again, it's a little bit more complex than just the basis that you say there. So you can go onto a map of SpaceX satellites and Starlink satellites and watch where they are. And when you see them in the sky and they're above... Oh, interruption.
This necessitates that they're in space again, the same problem. This necessitates that they're in space?
I'll continue. So when you keep looking at them, and if people across different points in the globe always look at this map, all right, and let's say this map gives the proposed position that you guys think is false of all these satellites and where they are, and it keeps being corrected.
No one said that. No one said that.
Okay, no, I know you haven't, but that's okay. But let's say you look at this map and it continues to be correct. Then I would say that is a correct map. Now, I've looked at the Starlink satellite map because it also is folded into the map of just general satellites, and it's quite interesting. And I have a very shit telescope. I live in the city centre of Liverpool, so I really can't see much. But when I get out to the coast, I can see a bit more.
Andy, you're rambling. I don't give a crap, dude.
Yeah, he's just
same problem.
He's got a telescope. He looks at them, reads the serial numbers off of them, all kinds of weird shit he's going to say.
Yeah, no, because that's
so once again, same problem remains. The same problem remains. Let's say you have an app that can tell you where they're going to show up, and then you see things in the sky.
Well, you just said
this necessitates they're in space. How?
All right, can I just turn this around and ask you a question? What questions would you have for me as someone who believes in this? To say, what would your big line point, big proving point be to say you're absolutely wrong, and here's why I think you are? Like, what would your biggest argument be that I can just look at and just be like, oh my god, shit, maybe I've been wrong all this time? Like,
we see too far.
Okay.
See too far.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you just talking about the Earth in general? You're going away from the satellites now?
This whole
wait a minute.
I'm opening it up right now.
Andy, you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong. You said you believe in it, and I agree with you 100%. You do believe.
Thank you, Overlord. I'm so glad me and this guy get it, so we agree. But if anyone else disagrees with me other than this guy,
no.
What would your questions be?
Andy, I guess now my next.
I agree that you believe it.
Are you here proselytizing for the globe?
I don't know who.
Are you an evangelist?
Who they would be? I'll tell the evangelists. That's not me. I'm just curious.
Well, you said you believed in it.
Dude, Brother, he's amateur. He's amateurlatizing.
I would cast myself as an amateur. I most certainly don't get paid for any of this time that I'm spending here. So, by definition, I'm a QA.
Do the Star Trails thing from Taboo Conspiracy. Do the Star Trail.
Yeah, no, but like I said, what would your best point be against
your name? Your name. I just did that already. You're so annoying.
Thank you. That's like the third thing you've said to me. But okay.
Yeah, because I literally said, "Hey, AI, do the Star Trails thing."
Do the Star.
Right.
You said
So-
I'm so annoying so quickly. Come on, like we're just talking.
Because you started talking directly after I addressed AI and
Oh,
prompted him.
there's been like 6 people talking to me. So the Star Trails thing. What do you mean by that?
I see what's gonna happen. You're right.
I'm trying my.
Yeah. I'm confused. I'm actually confused what you meant by that.
The Star Trail. Well, the Taboo Conspiracy 3's video on the Star Trails as they travel from Princess something to somewhere.
Oh man, that narrows it down.
Yeah, I gotta see that myself.
Are you talking about the one where they're traveling on a plane and the stars don't move the right amount
Yes.
during the trip?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember enough of the details to be able to talk about it.
All right. Never mind then.
Andy, if you want to believe in the globe, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead.
Okay, I thought it was a permanent mute, but hey, okay, go ahead.
No, you can believe in the globe all you want.
Well, thank you.
We're not taking that from you, right?
No, I just don't be muted every time I'm trying to speak. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just made a point. You don't have to worry about it. You can believe in the globe. We'll let you. We're not here to stop you from doing that.
That's not really a point.
No, I'm just like he can relax, right? Like you believe in the globe, no problem. Why are you here?
No, I just said I left because like the second I said something, someone muted me. So I'm just like, oh, if you guys don't want to listen, but
Why are you obsessed with that? Relax about the mute.
Was saying
Calm
something,
down.
So happy to hear what your viewers there.
Stop telling people what to do.
Oh, like I said, I just had I opened a general Q&A. We can call it a Q&A if you want to. Any questions for me? If you don't want me to do a Q&A, I will happily leave. I'm only trying to be here and have a chat. It's okay if you don't want me.
Right. So, what's your question?
No, that's what a Q&A is. I'm open up to you guys. I think we've covered my questions. I'm happy to be here to answer or try to or discuss anything that you want to. Like I said, if you don't want to be,
why would we ask you anything?
You can move on. No,
why would we ask you anything?
That's fine. If you don't want me to be here, I will happily leave. That's fine.
I mean, we know these stories better than you already. What are you going to tell us that we don't know?
Okay. I mean, all right. Let me ask you a question then. So, why sit here every day if you don't want people to come here and engage with you?
No, you've engaged, but I'm just curious. You thought we were going to ask you a question about what?
Yeah, but I mean, I've nothing really else to ask you guys. I'm just opening it up because there's a lot more of you guys than there is of me. So that's why there's been a few questions thrown at me. So I said, if people want to ask me stuff, I'm here to try my best to answer. It's not me answering.
I'm wrong. I have a question for you. Why would you believe in something that hasn't been measured in the first place?
All right. It is a boundary of measurement like someone going around with like a tape measure it because it has been measured from space, from what I know.
No, the curvature of drop over distance from the surface of Earth.
But is that not being measured from space?
No. How would you get to space if you didn't know if you were on a ball?
Right, but if people did go to space, did they measure that?
I don't know if anybody went to space. Define space. Is it a vacuum? Is this some region?
Well, we're getting into
Where is it?
Because if people have gone to space, they've measured it, and that would answer my question, right?
Okay, but fair enough. How are you going to get away from this rock or ball that you think you live on, and at the distance you would know you would need to be away from it if you don't know if it's a ball or not in the first place?
Well, I think they could assume that from other things, and then
Such as?
It.
Okay, so what assumptions would they make, and then where would they get their curvature measurement from?
So would they need to have the exact measurement of that just from being in space to measure it, or would they have other options to do that? Like, is there other things?
You know what's funny? I would just ask you how they measured it from space. What would their frame of reference be? But once again, space doesn't exist.
Right. So like Aristotle measured it potentially from shadows within the moon, from the orbit of it. Is that something?
Okay. Okay. So what do we have in our measurement? What did he do?
And do I need to know like the exact mathematics of that myself?
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah.
The figures would be awesome, and then what assumptions were involved and stuff like that.
Right. So I'm talking about like lunar eclipses and how it's shadow moon. I don't know the science of lunar eclipses. I can read those for you if you would like.
There is none.
There is none. Okay. So I think that's where we get to. If I want to read these science to you and tell you about those measurements there, I just get told that they're not true, and that's why I'm a little bit.
I didn't. You didn't read anything.
No, I didn't. Okay.
You didn't even read anything.
So, yeah. No. That's fine. That's fine.
No. So back to the same question. Are you going to answer it? There's no measurements of Earth curve anywhere today in modern times.
Oh, in modern times. So you don't think any bodies that are in space have tracked the Earth through GPS?
No, I don't think so. No.
But if I could like show you accurate measurements through, basic apps like Google Maps, like that measures it exactly. That gives me the measurements on Google Earth. Like,
is it
you're going to say that's
Google Maps? No, Google Maps, is that Cartesian?
I say Google Earth, but
okay, Google Earth is that a Cartesian coordinate system?
It shows the measurements of that. You can track measurements. There's a measurement tracking coordinate system there. If you want to go on to the, let's have a look. I think it's the add tool, path or polygon, and then you can track 2 coordinates and you can measure it. So yeah, you can do that perfectly there. So we can track it, say, from like the North Pole down to that, and that happens to the.
Great. Give me an elevation profile between New York City and the United Kingdom.
Yeah. No worries. Give me a moment. I will get that for you. So look. Yeah. I assume you want it like on the far side of New York City.
Yeah, an elevation profile would be great from New York City to, Sure, why not?
All right, I'm gonna get a KML file for you here. Let's view. Saved on the device.
How come no one's talking?
Oh, we've been talking.
And he's going to give us an elevation profile on Earth to show us how much curvature there's going to be between there being apparently measured by some kind of satellite.
Well, it's not some kind of satellite. It's a myriad of many satellites.
Yeah. Don't need the story. Just need the...
You're breaking up a little bit there, though. By the way, I don't want to lose you halfway through this whole thing.
I'm here.
No, it's good. It's good. Saved on this device. It's been. Wow. How do I? Okay.
Andy can waste so much time, it's not even funny.
Thank you. I'll be honest, Google isn't giving it to me here. Seems to be a bit funny. I'm not succeeding. Yeah, give me a moment. Tile overlay. Yeah, you'll have to give me more time. I'm just going to take like 5 or 10 minutes to do this.
Okay. Can't wait.
Is that okay for you guys?
Yeah, it's okay to waste another 5 or 10 of our time.
I mean, I don't think you guys were sat here like solving science anyway, you know?
I mean, if somebody more worth talking to comes along, we'll just shift over to them.
That's fine. Like I said, I left a minute ago. I'll leave again if you guys don't want to talk to me. I'm only here to have a chat and be friendly.
Andy, we appreciate you. Don't listen to these guys. They love you.
Thank you. That's nice.
And the back rooms are like, oh man, let's rank the dudes that we love talking to, and you're like always on the list.
No, I appreciate that. That's really cool. Cheers for that.
You're on the list somewhere. You're definitely on a list.
I'll take it. I will take it. I always try to be nice no matter who I'm talking to.
But is he trying to find science of shadows on the moon or something?
I tried for a quick piss. I'll be back in a minute to try and do this. I'm trying to get a KSV file for you guys.
Eclipses? Was that it?
I don't think eclipses are in KSV files. I think it's just a data thing in Excel.
Okay.
How about maybe Andy could come up with the errant result today? How like 90% of the globe was lit in sunlight.
All right, that's an interesting one. Tell me about that.
You didn't hear about today? Today is like a real special day. At like earlier in the day, it happens every year. Like there's daylight for everyone, almost everyone.
All right.
Who's that 1% of the population that doesn't get it?
Yeah, it's like 99. Yeah, and I think that 1% is like rounded up. It's like 99 point something. They just say, oh, 1%. I mean, is there any explanation for that on the globe?
Percentage of the coverage of the Earth.
Well, people live on the Earth.
It's the population.
Yeah, but people live on the
all
Earth.
in the same spot. They're not evenly
No, but they live in the land, and the land covers both on the globetard. Is both sides.
I think what they were trying to say, though, is the population was covered by sunlight.
Which would be the land, the Earth.
Yeah. And then what about at night when nobody sees it, where the sun goes?
Well, it would be contrary to that. So
no one sees it.
Only 1% isn't.
Only 1% sees it at the nighttime, like 12 hours from then.
Yeah. So where was it for that 1%?
It's on the other side of the Earth. That's what you expect.
So your globe was covered by 99% sunlight, and 1% of your globe wasn't covered.
What are you talking about? We're talking
Dude,
about
you just said that.
About population centers. No,
yeah,
we're talking about population
so you think
centers.
99% of the population is on one side of a balltard?
Yeah.
Hot dog.
Traveling, holidays. Yeah, people are on one side of the Earth. It's mostly water, so.
So it's gonna be tipping. You think it's gonna tip? All those people on one side will make a tip.
Wait.
That's funny.
What?
Not humor.
So every year there's a mass migration to one side of the balltard.
No.
It happens every year.
You're understanding what we're saying. Like, please. Okay, so let's imagine a globe and people spread out amongst it. Most within the northern hemisphere, about 25 in the southern, but most within the western hemisphere of that, with like GMT boundary line being right down the middle. but the Pacific Ocean covering 2/3 of that globe, right? So you spin that globe, and at one point you can get it where if you do it really nice, 99% of people are like within the light, especially when it's within summer, and that summer, because of Earth tilt, is more pointed towards the northern hemisphere.
Tilt?
And then
what's tilting here?
It's tipping. He means tipping.
Yeah. So Earth tilt. So it's again, we can get into that.
Whoa,
but then when it spins around and it goes upside. No, but
don't make cause claims that you can't validate.
You don't get how this works.
You could have just talked about the phenomena. You could have just done that, and nobody would have objected. But then you had to go and insert your globe cause.
This is the globe. This isn't. I think from the start, my cause has been clear.
Well, prove it then.
Alright, export KMA file. Okay, I think we've got the KMA file. We've got it here. I will insert this into chat for you guys. There you go. That's what you requested for me. People can feel free to upload it. I spent a lot of time doing this completely unnecessarily because all I've done is really marked from New York to London on Google Earth. It's really nothing interesting at all. And nothing that you guys can't do, and nothing that really deserves any conversation. So it was a really big waste of time.
So next, Okay, so now about your ball
I don't
tard.
agree with that, but you guys challenged me to do it, so there you go. Hey.
So how's your ball tard tipping? How much tipping do we got going on today?
So do you think like the people tip it, or like the planetary mass tips it?
No, you said it's tilted.
Yeah.
Is that tipped?
You know when you throw a football? Have you thrown a football before?
No, I've never thrown a football.
Okay,
Football
no
is what
worries.
you kick, right? Is that with your foot?
Yeah, but sometimes you throw with your hand, depending on what country you're in. So
a football, you throw with your hand.
Yeah, I know. Hey, believe me, you're preaching to the choir. It's crazy. It's crazy. But in this other place called America, they throw it with their hands, and if they put a spin on it, right, you get a little tilt in it. Sometimes it's never perfectly spinning. Sometimes it actually spins, and you get a bit of a tilt, and it goes like up and down, but it still spins within the direction of an axis that revolves around the center of it. That's kind of how the Earth works. But God didn't spin it. It just happened to be that way, and it spins, and that's why you get seasons. You know those seasons things, and when it's like really hot during the summer and then really shit during the winter. That's why that is, by the way. So that's why the spin's there. So just to explain that to you.
Sounds like some ball shit.
That sounds like something who doesn't understand it would say. Yeah.
Well, first you would need measurements of a ball. You would need measurements of any kind of motion at all to be able to even begin to justify anything.
I love how it's like
cool
you
story.
get seasons, and first you need measurements, other than the fact that you have seasons. They exist.
Seasons proves a geometric figure that's tilting and wobbling and doing all this crazy stuff that you imagine.
Yeah. It's again. So it's like it's something you can track. It's something you because I assume you're older than 20, so you've had at least 20 revolutions of this thing. So you see these things happening, and you're just your first reaction.
You're right, dude.
Something that you need.
You're right, dude. I do see the seasons happening. I've never seen a revolution.
Yeah. I mean, it would be. But you've seen revolution when you have like daily, because you see the sun and then you don't see the sun.
No, I haven't, dude. I've never seen a revolution. Never.
No, you should probably go outside more.
Yeah. Hey, you never have either. But describe what you see. Describe what you actually see with your eyes, and see if you can get a revolution out of what you actually see. You can't.
So let's see. I set a camera pointing up at the sky, and I just leave that camera there overnight. Okay, well, over day and night. Do you think that camera would show what the Earth would look like revolving? Like, what do you think that camera would see, out of interest?
Dude, we know what happens when you look up at the sky. The sky moves. Nobody looks up at the sky and sees a giant mirror showing you the Earth moving.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so it's a giant mirror, but it's also a completely like 360 motion of something that spins around, right? If you was to
no, it isn't.
For a time lapse.
Oh, dude, do you have a 24-hour time lapse of the sky, dude? from your location that shows the stars the entire time? The answer is no, you don't.
I don't. Those don't exist.
Dude, the only places they could exist, the only places they could exist is in places where it's nighttime all the time.
So you can't do 24-hour time lapses anywhere else on the Earth? Or I'm confused as to your point there.
Dude, you can't do a 24-hour time lapse of the night sky when it's daylight. Good grief, dude.
Why can't you? Sorry. Like, why is it? Why cannot you do a time lapse? Why can't a time lapse be done?
Is this really happening?
Yeah, it is.
This is.
He thinks he can do a time lapse of stars during the daytime.
Well, no. The thing with 24 hours is that it's day and night. That's the beauty of the time lapse. Sometimes these are in the north or southern hemisphere, and that's a whole other thing because those are full sun or full no sun. So, But those are some examples. I can give more if you would like. I know you guys really like examples, so I just tried to share a few for you.
I didn't want to interrupt earlier because you guys were having a good conversation, but I would like to point out that whole 99% of the population on one side of the globe thing are seeing sunlight. So that's like 1 day a year about during a time where a lot of people travel, and that's only 8% of the people shifting halves of the globe. 92% of people live on one side of the globe already. So 99 isn't that much extra.
I didn't know of the full 99. It seemed like a really crazy number. I wasn't going to fully dispute. I didn't see the evidence, but like 90 plus odd seems kind of potentially possible for 1 day of the year when the sun is in the highest, the full, like, I think it's called the meridian, in some time within the day, within that possible position there. Yeah. It's potential.
And then it's dark for the rest of the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a few, a few minutes of the time they see that, yeah.
So that would be expected on a globe where half of the world is, dark.
Yeah. But hey, I hope you guys are enjoying these time lapses. You can watch the Earth spin around. These aren't 24 hours.
It's clearly spin around. And then as you change latitude lines, you see a different set of stars, which is explained by the celestial sphere as well.
Yeah, it's all there. It's all there.
You don't get that on a flat Earth.
Nope.
That
does not work on a flat Earth.
Okay, what on a flat Earth? Sorry, what was that?
I mean, the sun in general just doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. Like, it's not a spotlight effect. If it was to be at any point,
Your failure to comprehend what's going on in the sky then disproves the direct observations of what's happening on the ground.
And all you can say is, like, just fail it to comprehend, and, like, with no real
well, yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's just your incredulity.
Yeah, incredulity, fail to comprehend. Like, there's no actual argument there. You just.
No, there wasn't an actual argument from you. That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah. Okay. But that's all these points are.
Like, I can't fathom what the sun is doing, so the ground must not be the way that it is.
No, I appreciate that you can't fathom it. So you just come up with completely ridiculous ideas, and then just say that I'm talking in incredulity. And that's
why are you
really
projecting?
a good example of what's going on.
It was you. I said wasn't fathoming it, dude.
Okay. No, but I believe that you said that you couldn't fathom it. I mean, that made sense to me when you did say that.
Yeah, I was paraphrasing for you, dude.
I mean, that's not how I took it, because it made perfect sense when you said you confirmed it. So, hey, the Q&A continues. If anyone else has any views, again, I love chatting to you guys. It's been fun.
You keep saying like that, like it's the end, and you're gonna leave, but then you just keep saying
I'm gonna get muted. I'm not gonna leave. It's I'm enjoying it here.
I have a question for the AMA.
Yes.
Is there any way to explain how we see and observe the moon without, like, with reference to a flat plane? Because we always see the same face of the moon, and so if it were local and small and round,
well,
then
if
as
you
you
go to the
move to
southern
different
hemisphere,
light,
by the way, we see.
Yeah, hold on.
You are going to get it because it was made not for Andy, the Globe Troll, dude.
you would see different faces of the moon, but you don't.
Yeah, the seasoned members of the panel, dude. What the fuck?
And if it were to be,
Yeah, go ahead.
like I was done.
Yeah, he derailed you. Go ahead.
I just lose my train of thought easily.
Yeah, he did that. That was his fault. So I put him on mute.
Yeah, so there's the issue with it being close, and then if it's flat and close, like it's like a little spotlight, a flat light. As you shifted latitude lines, it would change shape and become more of an ellipse because that's how viewing angles work. If you have it big and circular and like a big ball far and high up away, you just can't really explain it setting in the horizon because it's so high up, and you never see it at that angle. So those are the issues with the flat Earth. So I was wondering
You're asking,
if
well, I
there's
mean,
an alternative.
there's issues with your question.
That actually does have an explain. I don't know if I'm talking. There's an issue with it. I'm asking.
Yeah, it's a loaded question. You're already presupposing a bunch of stuff.
If anybody has an explanation for this on a flat plane.
I think he's lagging way out.
And I heard all the things I said all the things that I heard so far. That could conceptualize. I'm lagging.
Yeah, and robotic.
Is my mic
Yeah,
working?
you're way behind. Yeah. Well, you've got these assumptions. You've got these assumptions in what you're asking. Like, it is a ball, for one. It's a solid object. It should behave the same way that terrestrial objects do with respect to perspective. There's a bunch of assumptions loaded into what you asked.
Light because you can actually like see it. You can see so much detail on it, but you're not emitting a light. So, but that flat spotlight thing has an issue too.
Who said flat spotlight?
Yeah, what are you talking about the moon for? I mean, isn't the moon just what you...
That. I did. That was just one of the things that I mentioned in my examples for how I could try and conceive of a moon working, all seeing the same face on a flat Earth. But I was asking because I gave those examples because they don't work. But my question is, does anybody have an explanation that does work?
Well, can you give us a question that isn't loaded up with a bunch of assumptions from your paradigm?
Yeah, how do you explain on the globe? How would you explain you only see
No, it's just
one
basic
side?
observations and what you would see under these conditions.
Yeah, see, the problem with
you
your
can't contend with that.
explanation
It's just
is that
what we see and then the entailments of different.
He's still lagging out. I don't think he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah, I know, it's fine. The problem with your explanation
I can
is
come
that
back later.
The problem with your explanation is it doesn't match. Your explanation, as soon as you say the moon is tidally locked, therefore you only see one side, that explanation falls apart as soon as you start answering how large the moon is compared to the Earth. Tidally locked things in your own paradigm are very small compared to the objects they rotate. And they don't stay tidally locked for very long. The moon is said to be about the quarter size of the Earth. And it's been tidally locked for all of recorded human history. All of it. At no time has any human ever observed anything other than this one side of the moon. So how are you getting that there's other sides? Who saw that? When?
Your point.
Yeah, as you go down in latitude, you actually see certain degrees more of the moon. So you do see more of it. And again, if it's a spotlight, that has issues. If it only has the one side, if it's not a sphere, then it would change like an ellipse as you move down in latitude. But it doesn't. It stays a circle. very perfect circle.
Well, how do you know it's not some sort of effect rather than a solid object?
Well, that's what I'm asking. What's your explanation for it? Because that's all that I can conceive. So I'm just wondering if
My explanation is that
ideas I can think about.
Yeah. My
Oh, what
explanation
about
in this.
his great comeback?
What the hell?
I'm lagging out.
Yeah, you are. It's tough.
I
Who's
can
got
come
the
back
doors
later.
closing and shit? Is that Oates? Dude, control yourself.
Yeah, it's Oates. It's hot micing.
I can't hear you guys, but you can put your reply in the chat. But I'll come back later if not. Peace.
Well, I would say he was giving us a bunch of assumptions about what the moon is with his question. So I don't have those assumptions, so I can't really answer from them. Which is a non-answer, but that's what I got. Maybe Oates wants to try talking because he was sort of jumping in while he was hot micing. Let's see. Are you just closing doors and shit, Oates? Or do you want to talk?
Huh?
I thought you were kind of jumping in on the last one.
Oh no, that was me just entering the room.
Ah, yeah.
1 second.
Okay, so now that there's only silence for Andy to interrupt, he can have his mic again.
Thank you. All right. So let's go to Penguin's question, which I think is an interesting one. If we look on the moon from a northern hemisphere, you understand the man on the moon sort of figure, right? The proposed sort of picture that you see there, which isn't a man. It's just a pattern you see there. But if you look at that from a southern hemisphere, that image is reversed. It's flipped. It's a very interesting phenomenon that I've experienced myself from going to north to southern hemisphere.
It's because you're on either side of the moon.
I don't think I've been on the moon when I did it, though. I was on the Earth.
Right, if you go from north to south, the moon has its tropics, like the sun does. So you're either north or you're either south of it.
When has that? No, that flips around?
Yeah, you're either to the south or the north of the moon.
Right, okay. So let's imagine a flat Earth model where gravity is just, ubiquitously down, and it all goes in the same direction, and up is the same direction, and we're all just looking there. And in that scenario, the moon doesn't change in how it looks. It looks exactly the same. But let's imagine a model where...
Why?
Let me finish really quick. Let me imagine a model of Earth where the globe Earth exists.
You're just going to skirt past it. You're just going to make an assertion, and then when you're challenged on it, we just have to like accept it, and you keep going.
No, I was finishing a sentence. You can challenge after. That's fine. But let's imagine
how many
model.
Yeah, but I mean, how many questionable things are you going to say?
I mean, I'm just trying to finish a sentence. But hey, you know what? Go on.
It's not going to look any different. Like the image isn't going to invert at all, no matter where you are. Like due to perspective.
Okay, but say gravity goes down right in either direction, and the way you would look at that would not change the same as it would if you was on a globe Earth model, correct?
Well, either way, the same thing is happening. You're just north or south of it.
So you think it
south
flips when you
ground
are
position.
on an equatorial view, the same way it does on a globe Earth model if you're on a flat Earth model? You think that flip happens?
It's because you're south of it in either case, or north. It's the same thing.
No, I'm interested to see that actually. I don't think it would work either way. But let me.
If you just visualize it on a ball, like the observers north and south, sure, they're sort of tilted away from each other, but the reason for it inverting is because they're north or south of the moon. So it's the same thing. It's not like one's like totally upside down or something, and that's why it looks different. No, it's got its ground position. You're just on either side of it. That's all.
I'm trying to just see a view of it from either side. If it was in the within each model, it's a fair point though.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That was fine. Anyway, all right. Let's go beyond that. Let's say I accept the fact that the view of the hyphenated things, man on the moon, does rotate either way with flat and Manath. What about the rotation around it with seasonal sun, summer and winter within the polar aspects? How does that one work out within the the flat Earth model?
Can someone pick that up? I only hardly heard him doing other stuff.
I'll make that more clear. So
no, it's actually more. It's me. I'm sort of busy, so that's why I asked.
Okay.
Yeah, but keep going. Keep cooking.
Anyone want to cook with me?
What are you going to talk about?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Not Simple Jack, though.
What's wrong with Simple Jack? I don't know who Simple Jack is. Is he not your best of the best of the best, sir?
Oh, he's just another troll. We want somebody from the panel to answer your question.
How am I a troll?
I mean, that's no good. I mean, you guys can just go to any other VC and do that. No, I'd be answering your question right now, but I just didn't hear it properly because I'm.
No, it's okay. You seem busy. That's fine. You know, we all have things to do. Don't worry about it. Would you like me to say it again, or are you busy? It's
might as well, I guess. Yeah.
All right. So southern hemisphere, winter, summer. Different views of the sun at that time. Obviously, southern hemisphere, you're in what is the northern hemisphere considers a summer. You're not going to see the sun. Complete darkness over depending where exactly you are, and then vice versa within the northern hemisphere. Can you explain those phenomena on a flat Earth model? And that's something I've experienced myself been in places such as Tromso and the Falkland Islands.
You can't see the sun at the same time from different places? That's what you're asking?
And when I was in Tromso, I was there at around Christmas time. So pretty much the winter equinox, and there was just no sun at all throughout the day. You could see in certain 1 hour or two, you could just about make out the fringe of the horizon, when you can't see the sun, but you can see where the sun is lighting up the atmosphere around there. And that lasted for 1 or 2 hours. And then beyond that, it was just pitch black. And then vice versa. When I was in the Falkland Islands, I was there for a few years, and you could see in the summer months, which is, when I say summer, I mean northern hemisphere summer, so winter in southern hemisphere. Again, similar situation. You just basically, for certain times, don't see sun. I think we did get a little bit of sun, 1 hour or two of sun a day, and then vice versa when we were in the strong summer months. So that would be December, January for the time down there in the southern hemisphere. We would get basically the sun 24/7 almost. It would technically set beyond the horizon for an hour or two, but it still lit up the atmosphere, and you basically got daylight throughout the day. So within the
I guess the sun is doing sort of opposite things at the opposite times of year.
Okay.
It's doing what it does in the north, down in the south, but at that other time of year, in December, etc.
But how does the model relate to that? Do you have any science behind that? Do you have any?
I don't know. I don't have a model to share. So
no models, no explanations.
No, there's no. Yeah, the model. I don't have that.
Yeah, no. There's.
We just have what the sun is doing, and just look at what the sun is actually doing.
I mean, here's where I find it curious, though. I mean, you guys, you're pretty well researched. You like to do your science. I appreciate that with you guys. But this is a phenomenon that happens every single year, and you don't have any models behind it, and any science and anything to share to explain this. No.
Science. No, this is flat, not flat sun. Oh.
So you just track what the sun is doing. You just watch where it is, and you just track it every day. Just watch the patterns and the cycles that go on and on every single year.
Okay.
That's all you do.
And that's
and what you'll find,
time and date. Yeah, go to time and date. There's the model. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Now, what you'll find, Andy, is that the angle to the sun that you view when you look at it will vary throughout the year. That's all that you observe is the difference in the angle to the sun. And that's all that there is to the difference to winter and summer is the angle to the sun, what you observe.
So I'm seeing the sun the same in each time, but it's just the angle of observation. Is that what you're saying? I'm asking you. I'm not presupposing here. This is
what you
ground
find
position is changing.
When it's your summertime,
I'm asking questions.
And when it's your summertime, the sun will be at its highest level in the sky on the summer solstice. Okay. And in the winter solstice, the sun will be at its lowest angle to the horizon. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's all that changes is the angle of the sun, of what you view. That's the difference between your summer and your winter.
Right. And within the model, how does this explain? what's the science of this?
It's just a matter of where the sun is.
It just happens. It's just
it just moves around in a predictable cycle over and over again.
But
That's called a year. That's called a year.
I mean, the thing is with us, round earthers, we have a model of how things, rotate within gravity, and we can explain the science of it and everything.
No, you can't. There's no science for any of that.
There's no science. We can't explain gravity.
Well, what would be the hypothesis?
Oh, because you're going to say we need to explain gravity to Einstein's theory of relativity, not just the measured to it.
Well, you would need some sort of hypothesis to claim science.
And there's no, you wouldn't accept a model of the solar system.
Well, you're not going to get a scientific model without scientific hypotheses, so that would be the starting point. So
if I was to give you a model of the solar system, and the observation from this model were accurate year after year, day after day, week after week,
Yeah, okay, go ahead and do that. Just go ahead and do that then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done that. It works.
I post it. Go ahead.
Yeah, model.
And even then, it would just be a backwards engineered. Yeah, it would just be a backwards engineered thing from the observations. Just trying to make sense out of it with your presupposed worldview of being on a ball spinning around the sun and all that.
Well, of course,
it's not something that can be scientifically tested. It's just a big rationalization.
It's funny though because it really predicts perfectly day to day, not even week to week. Like you don't.
It doesn't predict anything, dude. You know what it's going to do by watching what it does over and over again, because it just does it over and over again. If you're not using a globe to go, the sun's going to be here at this time. It's just something that's it's a phenomenon that just plays out over and over.
But not just the sun, the moon.
Yeah, it's all the same thing,
Mars,
same story. You're not using a globe to be, the moon's going to be here on this day. It's just what it does in cycles.
What is Venus and Mars, by the way?
I don't know. Lights up there. That they don't move with the constellations. Those ones are wandering around.
They're interesting ones, right? They're funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could they be planets?
Yeah. That's what planet means, is wandering star.
Okay. So the planets, are they round or are they flat?
Well, they look circular, at least. I've never measured one of them.
No. But you look at a body in a 2D view, it looks circular, right? So
I don't know that they're even corporeal bodies or what they are. Just, we can see the phenomena.
I mean, it's
all you can do is your guess work.
It's like a spherical disc that just presents to yourself.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I'm not saying anything necessarily. We just have what we see, and I see the same thing that you do. I don't know exactly what it is.
I mean, I can make.
You can track its movements. You can track its movements and try to backwards engineer some sort of model, quote unquote, out of what it all does. But
they can do that. They've been doing that for thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have these planetary bodies. You can't confirm the shape of them. They appear spherical every time you observe them, right? Because you've never observed them not spherical, correct?
Well, I've never observed them spherical. If you're going to be looking through a telescope, it's a monocular.
Okay, sorry. Let me correct.
Stereoscopic
You've
vision.
never observed them not cylindrical, like as a circle. It's always circle, right?
Yeah, they're round.
They're always a circle. They're round. Yeah. So there's two possibilities here. Okay, they're spherical, or they're always pointing exactly towards us, right? That is a dichotomy there. It's one or the other. They cannot be anything different.
Well, they could be apparent phenomena. It's an option. They don't necessarily have to be
within the geometry that we understand of today. They can either be a spherical object, or they have to be pointing directly towards us every time we.
Well, not necessarily an object, but if they're just some sort of effect or something.
Right. So that's really interesting.
Not an object in the material sense that you're thinking of it in. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, how do you know what a celestial body is?
I mean, by observing it like every single time, and it appears to match the data every single time. So that's
well, what data do?
What yours?
What data?
Yeah, seeing it, and it's a spherical object every time I see it.
It's a spherical object every time you see it. That's the data.
Yep. That's the
okay.
data.
That's the data. The data is that it's a spherical object, and watching it matches that.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Can you show me? Can I see that data?
Would you like a photo of it looking like a sphere,
is that the data?
Do you want some numbers, or do you want it like a CSV file again? What do you want?
Well, the data that you said that you had.
Yeah, again, so I'm asking you.
Watch it. It's going to match the data. So whatever that data is that you mentioned.
So you've asked me data, and I'm asking you what data you would like.
When you said, the one that brought it up, you should know what you were talking about.
Yes, and I'm asking you what data you want.
Yeah, what you said you had for data.
Okay, so like data CSV file. Okay.
Why don't you start with the globe Earth model that you claimed? Post it.
Lots of claims going by. It's all leading to nothing. Andy always does this. He just talks about some like kind of
I've really not been here often.
Borderline sort of irrelevant tangential thing, and like there's absolutely no conclusion to be drawn from any of it. It's like his whole MO is just to kind of distract from the main conversation as long as possible. He does a pretty good job at it. Give him that.
There's the model. Okay, there you go, guys. I apparently distract from this, but I've not been here that often.
Well, I mean, like if I were to ask you, okay, what, like,
okay, ask me. Go ahead.
What conclusion can we take away from this as far as flat globe, whatever?
This model, or what do you mean, specifically?
Of anything that you've been talking about.
Okay.
How about this? Yeah, this is what you just posted.
That what I've just posted. So yeah, no, that's a very good question. I would love to answer that. So within this model, let's zoom yourself into the Earth object within this model. I hope you all have good enough computers to do it. It does run a little bit of RAM when you do it, so that's one of the downsides there. But what you can do when you zoom yourself into Earth is not only can you see the extraplanetary bodies that revolve around us in terms of satellites, you can track yourselves if you have good enough satellites. So I beg you to do that. But you can also see the extraplanetary bodies, so the stars and the sun and the moon and everything that goes not around us, but circulates within the geometries that are set out within this model. So again, I beg anybody here who's on the edge, because I know some people will and some people won't, to follow this model and just to see for themselves, just to look. You can zoom in to a certain part of Earth and look out and see what potentially it would be, and follow that model. Okay, so I beg anyone to do that.
What model?
Also data so you want us to reify some shit?
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna give information of another app within Google that also quite clearly tracks the star bodies around you to help you do that.
Somebody's got some sort of conceptualization of what the heavens are doing and the Earth's place and all of it, and you want us to basically backtrack that to reality. In other words, reify.
Well, you asked me my point, and I'm sharing with you models.
Well, it sounds like your point is a reification. It's like you said that you got an abstraction of what could be going on, a way to sort of conceptualize the world around us, and it seems like you want us to sort of conclude from that must be the world around us.
I'll tell you what.
Is that what you're doing? Don't be so slippery all the time. Just answer me if that's what you're doing.
Yes, I'm asking you to.
Yes, okay, so that's just a reification fallacy. So we don't do those. We don't care about that.
All right, so
thanks for coming out.
So, Kitera, or whatever your name is, sorry. What would be the perfect answer? Let's say theoretically, I was a globe earther and I had the perfect answer that I could give to you right now. Theoretically, that would show you that the Earth is round.
That'd just be a direct curvature measurement instead of these, mental contortions and backflips and stuff that you're trying to do by looking at the sky and backwards engineering that into some sort of globe proof, and it's just a reification fallacy. It'd be better to just directly measure surface curvature of the globe itself.
Oh, so you just want like the mathematics behind the curvature of the Earth? Because I don't think that's really what you want.
Because the mathematics are abstractions, dude. You can come up with an idea, a mental image of the Earth as a globe, and then put math to that. So no, not mathematics.
I mean, I can give you like calculations
for empirical evidence, dude. Empirical evidence.
Okay, no, but I'm asking you, like right now, like is this not what I can give you? Like this right here is a diagram that shows the calculations behind that. Is that not it?
Yeah, you're gonna go back to your reification, your backwards engineering from the stars and shit. No, I was asking for direct surface measurements of the globe.
No, I'm asking. Okay, so I asked you what was the perfect evidence you can give. You said a calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
No, I said a measurement. I didn't say a calculation.
A measurement. Okay, so I have to go out myself and measure it.
Didn't say that either.
Okay, so how would one give you this measurement?
Well, I'm just going to take it as there isn't one that you can provide us if you've got to start asking me what that measurement would be. If you could ask me for the thing I'm asking you for, then I'm just going to conclude that you don't have it.
I don't have it, right? Because
okay, all right, thanks. All right, fine, fair enough.
So you want someone to individually go out and
no, I didn't say that. No, dude, I didn't ask you.
Okay, so what
individually to do anything?
Explain in layman's terms.
Provide a measurement of the globe Earth. Whoever you think has done it, just provide it.
Explain to me. Go on, layman terms. What do you want?
Okay, I think this is layman enough. A measurement of the globe Earth. Whoever's done it, just provide it here.
Okay, so
whoever
I
you
would have
think
to go
has done it.
How would I measure that?
Oh my God! I just answered all this. Does someone else want to try?
I mean, here's a big. Oh my god! I know the answer to this question.
Yeah,
You're just asking for evidence. I provided evidence to you.
He's not asking. He's not asking. He's not asking you to give us a fairy tale story of how you.
No, I'm asking you what the fuck you want.
Know. Yeah. So I'm interjecting here. So shut the fuck up. So what he's asking for, Andy, is for you to provide whoever else made a direct measurement of Earth's surface showing drop over distance. The actual measurement that was done because they had to have measured it, not you. The one that's there, with the Nobel Prize attached to it for the Earth curve measurement that everybody would use as a standard, a reference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the one we want.
And you think, by the way, that's really interesting that person would get the Nobel Prize if they actually measured the Earth's curvature.
Because they would have been the first one to do it.
Yeah, because so every body of science and like everything else around science that we have, it's just revolved around the measurements that we know exist.
Science doesn't have a body.
Physically measure it. And
Science doesn't have a body. Science doesn't have a mouth.
Science doesn't have a body. Science doesn't have a mouth. It's
yeah. You apparently think it has a body.
Yeah, no, there is absolutely a body of science. Maybe not
a body. What is the body? What shape is the body of science?
It's round and probably a little bit chubby because the scientists they don't get out much.
So just provide the actual official documented measurement of Earth curvature. That's one we want.
Yeah, I mean I provided the calculation. Nah, what else?
No, we didn't ask for a calculation. Why do you keep
you want like from Earth.gov? Like here's what we think the
No. I don't know why you people don't understand the difference between a calculation, a formulation, and a measurement.
What do you mean, you people?
because it's just not necessary. We have measured it. It's based into the mathematics that we do every single day. That's
so
why
mathematics is a measurement. We need the actual measurement. That requires an energy exchange and a unit or a standard of measurement that's used. Yeah, that's what is required of a measurement.
What would be the energy here?
Because it takes an exchange of energy between you and the measured object.
Hold on. So we're not measuring the SI units here. You want like wattage, like kilojoules?
It's not science.
What do you?
I'm asking you for a measurement.
I mean, when we talk about quantum measurement, we talk about energy. But when we talk about actual physics, we don't.
Oh my god!
Constant deflect.
Yeah, deflect. No, a measurement of the surface of Earth showing the geometric shape of a ball.
You're the one who said energy measurement. That's where I got.
Yeah, because you don't understand what a fucking measurement is. That's part of the definition.
I'm an engineer. I get what a measurement is.
That's part of what. That's part of what the definition is.
Yeah, it doesn't have to involve a scientific measurement. You can measure it within SI units.
So you measure something like with a yardstick, or when you're building something. There's no energy exchange there.
So you think in like a general everyday average measurement of length, we take into account like kilojoules over that distance?
Oh my god!
I love the oh my gods here. It's fantastic. But go ahead. Answer my question. Go ahead.
I can't help it if you're retarded and you don't know what a measurement is.
I can't help it if you don't work in engineering and you can't answer my question. Like what do you think?
You have no idea you don't have any idea what my knowledge is. Period.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm a mechanical engineer, so explain to me why I'm wrong when we talk about basic measurements, basic SI units over small distances, like meters.
You don't know what a measurement is?
Into account there?
Like, I'm at a loss if you don't know what a measurement is. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Again, you've not explained to me. You just tell me you're at a loss. You can't explain to me. Go ahead.
So you don't know what a measurement is?
Again, you've not explained to me. You're just saying you don't know.
This is not a good look for you, Sonny.
You're not saying what you think. You're just saying, oh my god. You can't, explain. Please, go ahead.
You need him to tell you what a measurement is, dude?
No, I've explained 3 or 4 times, SI units, measurements, like measurement over distance. That's what an SI unit is. And what I'm failing to get is why you want to contract energy into this. So please, go ahead. Other than quantum measurements.
Sometimes you slur your words and some of the sentences I can't actually understand.
That's such a deflection.
Maybe I should. No, literally, I couldn't. That part of that I just did not know what you said, so I probably should have just left it to somebody else who might have known.
Again, I said, tell me, I understand what the SI unit of a measurement is. He said there needs to be energy within that measurement, and that I'm oh my god, ridiculous, like, for not knowing that. Like, tell me, what the fuck are you on about? Why would you take
you are
energy
confused.
into account
Okay, I
other than
see.
quantum
Yeah, it
mechanics?
was what I already said. You're just confused about what a measurement is. Yeah, Sonny already pointed that out. Well, I mean,
Jesus Christ, explain that to me. How?
Like, would you need it explained to you if somebody asked for a measurement of your shoe size? Would you be just baffled like this and
3 or
just?
4 times.
Would you be doing all these mental somersaults and contortions to go? Gee, I don't get it. What is it? What is it you're asking
My
for?
shoe size is 9.
What is a measurement?
That's so simple. How do you need to account energy into a short distance measurement that doesn't go into quantum mechanics? Like, what do you want about?
Oh my god! Why would you be devolving into quantum mechanics, dude? It's just measuring a fucking shape
go into
outside.
distance measurement? Please. Go ahead.
Why would you ever need to? Why would you ever need to derail into quantum mechanics if you're just measuring a shape, bro?
Oh my god! Because the guy just said it. What the fuck do you want? He just said energy measurements. I'm only going off him. It's ridiculous. You don't. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You think you're going to measure something without exerting energy?
What?
Do you think you're
if you're not talking about quantum mechanics, yes.
Do you think you're able to measure something without exerting energy?
Oh my god! Like, if I'm not talking about quantum mechanics, then yes. If I measure that it's like 20 meters,
This guy's going to take every exit.
So
every
that takes
single,
no energy or exertion on your part.
every single exit. This guy's going to take it. Like he's gonna stall out here on, like you said, energy. He's just going to stay there. He's going to do everything he can to just avoid your point, dude.
So apparently, he just thinks the measuring tools or instruments are going to levitate them fucking cells.
Tell me the equation.
And
What's the
measure
equation?
the item by themselves without him exerting any energy.
Now he wants an equation for that, for the energy exerted to lift the tools and whatever. Dude, you're doing this on purpose.
Oh my god.
You're doing this on purpose, dude. You don't need to ask that question. You're being a clown. We can tell,
This is
dude.
hilarious. This is so funny. You might as well.
Yeah, I know. You're making yourself laugh. You're amusing yourself. That's great. You know what a measurement is, and you don't have to ask those questions.
What do you mean? I don't know what the measurement is to measure measurement. Like, what do you want about?
Fine, then you don't have the globe Earth measurement we're asking for.
Okay, so I cannot
Simple.
measure measurement without measuring the kilojoules it takes me to measure that measurement. Is that what you're saying?
No.
What the fuck are you saying then?
No, I'm saying you don't have the globe Earth measurement.
This is so funny. Okay.
Can you follow that?
I genuinely really can't follow what the fuck you're saying.
Wow.
Can I not measure measurements in SI units without taking?
Can I not measure measurements
without getting into quantum?
Why are you asking me any of that shit, dude?
This is so basic engineering, but none of you guys can answer it because none of you guys know the fuck what you're talking about. Okay, so please tell me, one of you who's at least a little bit qualified in any of this, explain to me why you want to take into
qualifications
account
are an
energy measurement.
obfuscation and derailment and deflection, dude. This is all you're doing. You've already said you don't have it, so why are you even still talking?
No, I'm asking you a question about.
You don't need to.
Bullshit that one of you said.
You don't need to. We asked you the question. Is there a measurement showing a globe Earth in any way whatsoever?
I've given it you. It's like 3 lines up.
Okay, you did. All right.
Thank you. Y over R. Y over R minus R cos CH over R. Since the minus 1.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, cool psychobabble, dude. Could you just post it again so I can see it?
Yeah, okay, if you'd like. I've already done this, and someone's already told me I need to take into account the measurement that it takes for me to measure it, which, by the way, if you know anything about physics or engineering, is
stop waffling, dude. Yeah, stop babbling. Dude, stop. That's enough color commentary.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the actual measurement? Can you describe it? What tool was used?
I just said. Yeah, I'll describe it. Yeah.
What tool was used? Can you just start there?
On this, it's a diagram. So a protractor.
Oh, so there was no measurement done because you would need a tool to do a measurement.
Well, the thing is, if you get a protractor and the size of the Earth, the protractor has to be really, really big.
Well, how do you get the size of the Earth?
Through a really big protractor or a satellite.
Kerbal Space Program.
A really big protractor. You get the size of the Earth.
Yes.
So somebody went outside with a really big protractor and got the size of the Earth, is what you're saying?
No, they sent a satellite up there, and that satellite orbited around Earth for the exact optimal mechanics that they thought it would do, and that.
So a satellite. Okay. All right. So a satellite took the measurement. That would be the tool. And it didn't even take the measurement of the globe, but it just orbited in as long as you thought it would take on the globe, and then you concluded globe. Is that it?
Let me get
Is that what you're saying, dude? Why don't you ever answer a question? Is that what you're saying or not?
Let me answer your question.
I'm trying to clarify what you just said. Don't fucking dodge it. Just say yes or no, or else there's no point in continuing.
Can I answer it? Yes. Can I answer it?
No. Yes, that's what you're saying.
Can I answer it? Yes.
Okay, circular reasoning. All right, that's circular reasoning, and it's also not what we asked for. So
Can I answer it with more than one sentence? Can I answer your
not
question?
what we asked for, dude.
Well, yeah, because you don't want an answer. But can
No,
I
we're asking for a direct measurement of surface curvature, so drop over distance over the surface of the Earth.
Let me
and you're
explain to you how
trying
this
all sorts of sophistry. None of it is going to work, dude.
No, you're asserting that, and when someone earlier said the dumbest thing in the
I'm
world,
not ready to take
that
his
it has
mic
to take
away
into
from him. Is there
account
somebody else?
Jules. Why is no one
You
addressing
don't need to talk about joules at
That was
all.
said
You just need to tell us what tool that
Someone
was
else
used to
said that.
measure.
One of your guys said that.
Dude, that's
Not
it.
me.
Your mic. I'm taking your mic away. That's it.
All right,
That's
see you
enough.
later. Bye, guys. Yeah, see ya. You can't argue it though. That's the point.
Crashing out. They're crashing out. They're talking over everything I say.
You just literally you can't argue against it, and that's why you're
Argue against what? Christ. Ask them the most simple question, and he just derails in all these insane directions, bringing up all these topics nobody needs to talk about for this. I don't see any satellites in the diagram he posted.
Well, you need the center of that ball to do any of that math.
What's the question?
Do you have any measurements of the globe Earth? That's the question. He had a really hard time with it.
You want like the dimensions of the Earth?
Well, I mean, yeah, and the method by which they were acquired. Sorry, Sonny, for taking over again.
Oh no, it's okay. You know, I was trying to get to the point, but he wasn't going to allow it. That measurement is an activity. He wanted to go into something like kilojoules. Like, no, it's not an activity. Like he misunderstood the whole thing. Like,
he's got to be playing a game.
Yeah, the reason why there's an energy exchange between you, the measurer, and the object is because measurement is an activity.
See how he wanted to get off of the actual question, though, which is measurements of a globe Earth, and then he wanted to start debating what measurement even fucking is. And started debating the energy exchange point and all this stuff, right? Just, that guy does nothing but just run away. Yeah, go ahead.
8 inches per mile squared.
Well,
Okay,
that's a
we wanna
parabolic.
know-
Yeah, go ahead, Sonny. You do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, we want to know the dimensions of Earth and how the dimensions were derived. The derivation part is the most important. How were they derived? We don't care like what those numbers are. Okay, we all
was
know the size they
Eratosthenes.
gave us. How were those numbers derived?
He measured the angle of the sun's rays.
Oh, so not the Earth.
He measured them on the Earth.
So your measurement has to do. What was you're going with 240 BC? Okay, what was he actually measuring?
He was measuring the shadow of the sun's rays in 2 different cities.
Okay, so he was measuring the shadow, the angle of the shadow, or the length of the shadow.
Yeah, the angle.
The angle. So what was the baseline for the angle measurement?
Can you explain? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'll just spell it out. He was using a horizontal plane of the Earth to measure the angle, 7.5 degrees or whatever they said it was, which isn't even verifiable.
Okay.
So you're using Eratosthenes. So he's measuring angles of the shadow from the sun that he assumed was infinite distance away, and that the lights are. So he was
He didn't
assuming the
assume
light
it
is
was
parallel.
infinite.
He assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the first place, and he measured on a flat Earth. So thanks
Where
for your
did
flat
he
Earth
assume
measurement.
that it was an infinite away?
Yes, he did. You don't know your pseudoscience very well.
Do you have a
Yeah, I do.
source for that?
All you have to do is Google it. I'll do it for you. Yeah, since you seem to be kind of
whatever.
lazy.
So yeah, that's how I did it.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
got within
So I'm
1%.
gonna bring up his presuppositions, his assumptions, and I'm gonna put those in the chat. While I'm doing that, do you have any more modern methods that were used besides 240 BC? Is that all you got?
I've done a lot of laser ranging and GPS satellites.
I don't want.
But he got it pretty much right.
I don't want fucking
Within
scattergunning.
1%.
I don't want scattergunning effect. I want like a single one. Who measured it and how did they do it?
I gave you Eratosthenes.
I said more modern than 240 BC. You don't listen, do you?
Why do you need another one?
Because that's already been debunked.
Okay, where was it debunked?
Yeah, because the shadows, lengths on shadows can be done on either a flat or a curved surface. So it doesn't prove either one. You're not aware of this?
It's not how that works.
Oh, it's not how it works?
Has a flat earther worked out the size of the Earth?
We're not making a size claim. You are.
Oh, so you have no idea?
Yeah, I don't care either. But you're making the claim.
I don't care if you don't care.
The evidence. You need to provide the evidence. It's your claim, not mine.
So you just have no idea anything about your reality?
You're the one making the fucking claim, brother. You're the one that made the claim.
Okay.
So provide the proof, your evidence of the globe Earth.
I already did.
Yeah, well, I already got the debunk, and Platter put it right in the chat. So there you go.
Yeah, but you don't have any knowledge of the world, so you're not a good source.
Oh, really? So you're a mind reader now, huh? And
No,
you
it's
can
just
read
clear.
someone's mind and know what
In
they've
your world,
experienced.
you can't have knowledge. You don't know what the Earth is or the sun or anything. You think it's impossible. Actually, you said you don't care, which is worse.
No, I don't care what the overall size of it is. You do, though.
Well, that's just wanting to be ignorant.
No, it
of
isn't.
the world.
No, it's immeasurable.
How would you know? You haven't even tried to measure it.
Yeah, I've measured the water. The water's level. It's used that way too.
Okay, that doesn't say anything about the size of the world.
Nobody. Who cares? You're the one making the size claim. I didn't make a shit.
I mean, I care. I think it's important to know these things.
Yeah, but
So
you don't have
if you
any
don't
proof
care, that's your
for
problem.
claim. You don't have any proof for your claim. So
You
you're
don't care. That's the problem.
You're a religious
Not
believer
caring
in
is
the
not a good thing.
Yeah, but you think you know and you don't. You just have a religious belief.
I know more than you. You admit you're
okay.
ignorant.
Mind reader again.
Well, why are you just talking about him, dude? I mean, are you forfeiting the argument
talking
now?
to me. What
Mad,
are you talking about?
tantrum. No, why are you
Yeah, you
talking
conceded.
about him, dude?
Because I
You just
felt
started
like it?
attacking
'Cause
him
that's what the
personally.
topic was?
Just come with your fucking evidence, dude.
I already told you. I gave you the measurements.
Yeah, but he rebutted those. So now what? You're just
How?
mad.
How did he rebut them? He just said
already
no.
told you that you can have
He just said no.
differential shadow angles on a flat surface or a curved surface, so it's inconclusive either way. He already told you that. Now you're stamping your
No,
feet,
it's not
on a
true.
tantrum and telling him he doesn't know anything. You can't have a differential angle.
How does GPS
You need the
work,
fucking
then?
horizontal
How does
baseline in the
GPS
first place
work?
to even have the angle. So if anything, it's more
How does
supportive of a
GPS work?
flat Earth. So now you're running away from your initial point. So
How
you're
did
just
you know? Because this
so
is
now we're gonna
beyond
throw
you.
that in
So
the
let's
bin,
move
right?
on to something
We're gonna throw that in
simpler.
the bin. We're gonna throw that in the bin.
I'm gonna
now.
go to
What you brought
simpler.
before,
Maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, but let's put a bow tie on this.
I am simple, Jack. So I'll make it nice and simple for
Yeah,
you.
so you're abandoning your first point. You've conceded. You've lost. You've crashed out on
I
that.
mean,
You
there's
started
nothing to
attacking him.
argue with. If somebody
Yeah,
presents
okay.
you
Can you
a
rebut what he
sound
said?
case
Can you
and the person
rebut
just
what he said?
sticks their fingers in their ears, that's on
Can
them.
you rebut what he said? You're sticking your fingers in your ears. Can you rebut what he said that you can have differential shadow angles on either type of surface?
No, that's true. Of course, yeah. You can have differential shadows on different, like if it's a curved surface or a different shape. Yeah, of course.
Or a
No one's
flat one. So
rebutting that.
You forfeited your first claim. So now, do you have any more modern?
How does that forfeit the claim?
Do you have an actual direct measurement? This is not a direct measurement anyway.
Claim?
You forfeited. Yeah, you did. You conceded.
How? Explain.
So what? You don't know what you just said about it being happening on both surfaces? A flat plane?
Explain how it works.
We just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You just babbling.
Yeah. Differential shadow lengths of shadows can be replicated on either surface. Look at the side tab.
But what did he measure the shadows on?
On a flat plane.
Okay, so he knows what the angle is.
So it's flat.
Yeah, so he knows the angle.
So, okay, welcome to Flat Earth. Good.
No, can you imagine that you can put something flat on something?
To Flat Earth.
Is that
my rebuttal is already in the fathom? You're just not looking at
make something level.
Why are you still talking about me?
On a curved surface?
Why are we?
You think that?
Why aren't you providing?
How do people build things in mountainous regions?
With a level.
They have to discover level, and then they build something at level.
Parallel to sea level. Yeah. We know.
Parallel to the center of the earth.
That's not what level is.
Yeah, it is.
Another retard. So I asked you. Okay, so you're going to stick. You're going to stick with Eratosthenes. So you're going to stick with Eratosthenes. You're going to stick with Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
That's what you're putting your.
You tried to make me change. I told you Eratosthenes from the beginning, and then you're like, "No, I want somebody."
So you're putting your sword in the sand on Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah.
You're going to die on that hill. So now tell me how NASA put that into their telemetry computers. Go ahead. We'll wait for you. Put it in the chat. How they put Eratosthenes measurements of shadows from the horizontal plane into their telemetry. Computer.
I don't know how NASA does whatever they do.
Oh, you don't know, huh?
Why would I know that?
Because you're claiming that's the measurement of Earth. Are you simple? Oh, you are. That's right. Your name is simple.
Are you simple? Do you know how they did it?
Simply true. Yeah.
They didn't.
You know how they did it?
Yeah, it's a leading question, dude. All leading up to the
do you know how to take apart your transmission?
Oh, dude, stop changing the subject. They didn't do it. That's the whole point of the line of questioning. They didn't do it.
That's so stupid. Just because I don't know the inside way that they program the telemetry means that like I can't even acknowledge it's real.
No. What measurement was NASA using?
They're using the most accurate data I'm sure they have.
Yeah, what measurement was used?
I
Gentlemen,
don't know. You can look it up. Google.
Gentlemen, sorry to interject. My apologies. Just want to make sure. Simple, can you hear Heretic? He was reaching out a few seconds.
Yeah, you can hear me, but you're just over talking me. Is that it?
You're over talking me.
Okay, that's what you're doing. All right, that's not going to end well for you. Just good to confirm that that's what you're doing. All right, I'll handle it next time. Over talking me. Go ahead.
You're speaking when I'm speaking.
I was asking you. No, I was answering your fucking question, dude.
What question?
Do you guys have a measurement for it? No. The whole point of this line of questioning is to show that such a measurement doesn't exist.
Okay. Why don't you bring somebody who works for NASA if you want to ask how NASA works?
Because I'm not the dipshit.
You ask someone that doesn't work there.
I'm the dipshit with the globe claim, so I wouldn't be the one bringing it.
So what does the globe claim have to do with whatever NASA does behind closed doors?
I don't know. You brought them up, so you tell me.
No, you brought them up. Actually, it was the other guy. Sonny on the plane brought them up.
It's your claim.
I didn't bring anything up about NASA.
Yeah, you claimed Earth was a ball. Yeah, you did.
You brought up NASA's telemetry data. That's how we ended up here.
The claim that someone measured the globe Earth. You're the one that made the claim, not us.
Okay, and I said Eratosthenes.
Yeah,
you brought up NASA.
That's not a measurement for one. It's not a direct measurement for two, and it's been debunked by it being done on either types of surface, creating the same result.
By who?
By anybody who fucking does it.
Okay, name them. Name the person.
name a person.
Yeah, you asked me to. I did Eratosthenes. Now you name someone who debunked it.
It can be done. It can be done on
Name
either surface.
one person.
Yeah, I did it.
Okay. What's your name?
Yeah, you got my name. It's in the chat.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack, are you actually
That's
curious?
not a source. That doesn't count. You need to give me a real person's name.
Hey, Jack, check this out, bro. You want to open up the equation that Eratosthenes was working with? We'll go through it together.
No, I'm not interested in doing his math.
Okay, so you don't want to actually.
If you want to debunk it, you can present your debunking it, and I'll listen.
That's easy. So, that's a circular argument.
Exactly.
How's that
it is circular.
I'm saying if he has a refutation, show me it.
Yeah, so check this out, bro. Instead of over talking me, I'll tell you. Right. So baked into the question is the embedded assumption that the Earth is actually a ball in the first place, and that the lights come in parallel. Right. That's his overall, overarching statement. Now he has to assume these and then plug in some numbers that he would have either measured or estimated or whatnot, and then he gets to a conclusion. Problem is, if you switch those assumptions around, you get completely different results. Okay? So basically, based on your own bias, you can pick and choose whichever one you want and run with that. So without the assumptions, right? How is it done? Please.
You want me to walk you through it step by step?
Yeah, let's do it. You want to go get the equation? I'll show you where these variables plug in, and you'll see how you're basically trying to solve for two unknowns within a variable within an equation with maybe 4 or 5, maybe more variables, most of which are known, but there are still two unknowns. Unless you assume stuff, you can't actually solve it. You want to go get it? Well, I'll show you.
I mean, if you have it, go ahead.
You go get it. You claimed it.
I'll stay here.
Okay. All right. So then just know that that's the case. You're taking angle measurements. The lights have to come in parallel.
That's just what you're saying.
So
you got to show me some proof.
So check this out, right? Is R in the equation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are there two angle measurements? Theta 1, theta 2?
Yeah.
Are they parallel?
Yeah.
Okay. So they have to, right. So that's what the equation assumes, that they're parallel. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
R is in the equation. Okay. There you go. So there are your embedded assumptions.
So you're saying they're not parallel?
You're assuming they are.
Are they?
That's my point.
Or aren't they?
I don't know. You tell me.
On a flat Earth, wouldn't they be parallel?
I don't know, man. Instead of assuming they are, I don't give a shit whether they are or not.
Wouldn't they be parallel?
I don't give a shit whether they are or not. You're the one who's making the assertion that they are.
Is the Earth flat?
So can you prove the lights are parallel?
Is the Earth flat?
Instead of being a retard, how about you go get the equation?
Is the Earth flat?
Go get the history. Don't divert. Focus. Put the bong down.
No, that's what this room is about. Is the Earth flat?
Put the bong down.
You should be able to say yes or no.
We're walking through your claim, right?
Is the Earth flat?
We're walking through your claim. Don't be an idiot.
Come on, stay on topic. You guys are gonna let him waffle like this?
Focus.
He can't.
Focus. Nice projection.
Is the Earth flat? AG,
nice
is the Earth flat?
Yeah. Okay. So instead of diverting again,
heretic, is the Earth flat?
Stay on point. Don't waffle there.
Heretic,
focus.
Is the Earth flat?
Why are you trying to get away from the guy who's talking to you, dude?
Yeah.
I'm talking.
Fuck this kid. I'm done. Eat shit.
Yeah, that's not a good way to have a conversation. The guy's talking to you, and you're just like over talking him and trying to start conversations on the side. Like,
yeah. Yeah. It's not good.
It's just not going to work.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Well, what do you got for us?
Yeah, what do you got for us?
Okay. It's just going to have to ask my questions back to me. I'll take that as not much.
Yeah.
That Simple Jack, got a circular claim with Eratosthenes proving a globe, but I think you already kind of know that anyway because Sonny pointed out that the different shadow lengths on either surface, it wouldn't be conclusive for a globe. So I don't know why you kept doubling down on that hill.
But for real though, how flat are you today?
Shut up, dude. You're just a clown.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you just have nothing worth saying to add to this VC, so just put yourself on a white mic. Go ahead now.
Okay.
Thanks. Appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah. How does it feel so you're stuck on a flat Earth?
Well, I mean, the same way it feels for you, because that's where you are.
Because I believe there's space in it. Yeah.
Who cares what you believe? This isn't a beliefs forum. We don't just sit here and talk about beliefs.
Oh yeah.
Beliefs. Yeah, let's exchange beliefs. I believe this. I think it's an outer space vacuum. I think there's a unicorn in the sky. Yeah, but it's just not what we do.
Oh no. I believe is absolutely true. Because they are justified in it.
I'm about to go back to Simple Jack because this is just too brain rotted.
You just can't explain how can you not see the stars at South Pole and North Pole at the same time.
Oh, now he's going to attempt something. Okay, well, do you have an argument?
That's their argument. How the fuck you're not going to see the same stars?
No, try again. That's a question, dude. So try again.
I provide an argument because there's true contradiction
Make an
there.
argument. Make an argument.
There's an argument. Okay. Okay. Can you explain
so
it?
what?
No, you can't. You can't.
Okay, now you're asking the question again. So are you going to make an argument?
If the Earth is flat, you're supposed to see the stars, same stars in North Pole and South Pole. However,
prove it. Prove
this
it.
is not
Prove it. Prove that premise. Prove that premise. Prove that premise. I'm not going to just grant you that. Go ahead. Prove it.
I don't need to prove nothing. You can see it on Google Earth.
Prove it. Now you said on a flat Earth this will happen. Now prove that. You think I'm just going to let you run with that? You got to prove it. It's your premise. Prove it.
Are you saying that the Earth itself is not interconnected, that it's separated?
No, I'm asking you to prove your first premise. I thought that was clear.
If the Earth is flat, you presuppose like it's going to stay stationary regardless of your location, right?
No, what I do is I don't presuppose any motion because I don't experience any or detect any.
There's no motion. I'm just asking you if you're sitting. Is sitting your ass on the
motion.
flat
Okay,
plane,
thank
yeah?
you. Take
if
that.
you're sitting your ass on the flat plane, okay, the plane is flat. Wherever you look up the skies, you're supposed to see the same thing because you're lying on a flat
Prove
surface,
that.
correct?
Prove that. No,
you're the one,
not correct.
You're the one
You just keep chanting that. You got to prove it.
What?
So, what flat Earth did you test this on?
I don't need to prove shit. It's just logical.
Yeah, you did. You're telling us here's what's necessarily going to happen on a flat Earth, and then you just say something. You have to prove it. You don't get to just say it, dude. You don't get to just say on a flat Earth, tomatoes are going to be purple. They're not, so it's not a flat Earth. You can't just like make illogical connections like that any which way you want. You got to prove your premise.
Look up in the skies. It's told us that the Earth is globe, bro. All right. If the Earth is not globe, the sky would not move in that.
Well, how about what the actual ground says? Because the ground is the thing that you'd be testing for curvature to see if it's the geometric shape that you think it is or not. So I don't know why you have this fixation looking in the wrong direction. Why don't we get back to the actual matter at hand?
I'm not disproving that y'all guys can measure the Earth flat, all right? I'm just saying that even if the Earth is flat, you're not supposed to see different.
So even if the Earth is flat, because what you see in the sky is not actually flat, even though it's flat.
All right. So what does that tell you? All right.
It tells me you're an idiot, dude.
No. So you can see there's clearly an argument here.
No. There's no argument. You can make one coherent premise.
How's it coherent? You're not supposed to see different stars forms if you're sitting on a plane, like station on a plane, okay? You're not
You
going to
just
see.
said that. You never proved it. And then you also said, well, even if it is flat, well, this happening, okay, so it's not flat, but it's, well, I mean, you said it could be flat still. You seem like you just haven't thought this out properly.
I did think about it a long time. I've been in this channel a long time.
Well, better luck next time. Go back to the drawing board.
I don't need no luck, bro. It's the truth. The truth needs no luck. Truth is the truth itself.
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know why you're just chanting stuff then, if you're so interested in truth.
Just like you. Just like all y'all here. Speaking on Flat Earth 24/7. Well, I'm just doing my job, right? Like exposing you people.
I'm not doing a very good job of it.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Look, none of us can come to a conclusion, so why don't we take a step back, admit that we're just, all we can do is just be agnostic about the shape of the Earth. Why don't we take a position?
No, it's too late.
No?
You've already made a claim that the Earth is a ball, and don't lie to us about that.
Okay, I see you. Yeah.
I like that you're
I'm gonna
backing
head
away
out.
from the claim, though, because now you're starting to show a little less confidence.
Nah, I don't want to push you guys to the corner. Yeah, I show mercy to you
Oh, you
people.
can't. You can't.
Hey man, it sucks. It feels like being stuck on this flat Earth anyway, and yeah,
That's where you
man.
are. So cope with it. You got to
But
delude
you know
yourself into
what?
thinking you're on some kind of Star Wars planet or something like that. I'm sorry. That's
Hey
not
yo,
reality. It's just a movie.
I'm
You don't
gonna
like
drive my.
reality the way it is, and so you got to delude yourself. That's too bad.
Hey yo, bro, listen up. I'm gonna drive my space jet. Fighting that Star Wars type shit and shooting laser beams, and y'all just like be stuck in a flat Earth and doing whatever you want to.
You're lost in the
Yeah?
sauce. Yeah, too many Hollywood movies.
Nah, man. All right. Peace.
See ya. Got him. Who's next?
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, in a colloquial sense.
What do you mean?
For brevity, I would call it a flat Earth rather than something like a topographical horizontal plane.
Would the ground would it be parallel?
Would the ground be parallel with what?
Like another imaginary horizontal plane?
Yeah, I think they'd all be parallel.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Milk.
Well, let's see. Horizontal is what? Parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon's horizontal, so I think they're all going to have to be horizontal lines parallel to one another. Yeah.
So Eratosthenes is valid.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's more of a flat Earth proof, if anything, because you're taking an elevation angle and you're going to need that horizontal plane to even measure the angle from in the first instance. Inserting the globe after the fact is just cockamamie.
It shows that the measurements were accurate.
The measurements of the angles that they took. So the flat, okay, so the flat
The
baseline
angles that
would
they
have
used
needed.
to calculate the curve.
Oh my God. So the angle measurements were accurate. You're going to have to invoke a horizontal plane to have those in the first place. That's fine. I'll take that. But why are you inserting curve, though?
Because that's what they measured.
No, it's not. There was no curve absolutely whatsoever. Do you know what an angle is?
Mhm.
What?
You don't know what it is?
No, I'm asking you if you know what it is, and I'm trying to demonstrate whether or not you do.
I told you I didn't know what it is.
Yeah, but you didn't demonstrate it yet, so what is it?
Why do I need to demonstrate it? Do you need to learn?
Okay, this is the problem.
You need to be taught?
don't. Yeah, nice try. That technique's not going to work. We can see
I'm
now
not here
that
to
you
teach
don't.
you basic.
No, yeah,
like,
but I
math
don't
and
need you to teach me. It's
geometry.
a leading question. It's called
I'm
a
not your teacher.
Socratic. It's a Socratic method, dude. I'm trying to expose that you don't actually know what you're talking about. You don't know what an angle is.
No, you're
That's
asking me
why-
to like do
Listen,
homework.
The reason I
There's a
asked you
difference
this
between
question,
asking,
dude. Yeah,
do you
shut
know
up.
this?
Yeah, shut
I
up.
say
Yeah,
yes.
no, yeah.
we move on.
The adult's gonna talk now. Shut up. So the reason that I asked you that
Good
question
one,
is
buddy.
because you said that
Good boy.
curvature. You said that curvature was measured, dude. And then you
Yeah.
said that what was actually measured was angles. There's no curvature
Yeah.
to an angle, dude. So you don't know
Oh
what an
my
angle
God.
is if you're making that
Yeah.
claim.
Okay. Yeah, I know you got bad grades.
Really? So what is an angle?
I'm not even going to try to teach you.
What's an angle? Pretty
I'm
simple.
done with you.
He just
Pretty
You
simple.
can just talk to yourself.
It's pretty simple. Yeah, that's pretty bad, dude. You can't tell us what an angle is, but you're going to talk about my grades?
It's kind of weird that Simple Jack's the only one in this room that doesn't know what an angle is.
You don't know what an angle is, Simple Jack. That's why you said he measured a curve when he actually measured angles.
I
If he
really
did
have
anything at
to
all.
explain it to all of you.
No, just define, dude. Just define angle. Just
You guys are
define it. You've had
adults.
enough time to Google it. We already know you have no fucking idea what one is.
Do you
You've
know
had
what
enough
it
time
is?
to Google it. We'll just
What
take
is
your
it?
Google definition.
What is it?
This is for you. If I give the game away, then that's not going to be any good. You go get it.
What is it?
You're the one in the hot seat, dude. You're the one who said that they measured curvature when what they actually measured was angles.
What did Eratosthenes measure?
Angles
He
of
laughed.
shadows.
Heretic. He
That led
laughed
to
when
what?
you said is an
What did he
angle.
use the shadows to
that,
do?
that an angle is not curvature, and he laughed at that.
It doesn't matter what he used them to do because he's running
Did
away
he use
though.
them to
Doesn't matter what he
calculate
used.
the
Now you're
curvature
trying
of
to
the Earth?
you're trying to run away. Yeah, exactly. That's what he did. He imposed curvature on top
Okay,
of it. That's not
perfect.
what was-
We
that was
agree.
not what was- No, we don't agree. Nice try. That was not what was
You
measured.
just said
Curvature-
he used it to
dude.
measure the
Shut up.
curvature.
It's not.
That's what I said.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that
Idiot.
at all. Nice try. Nice straw man. He
You just
measured
said that.
measured
I
an
heard you.
angle. Measured an angle in the first place. This is what I asked you. What was actually measured would be an angle. You just told us curvature was imposed within calculations on top of it after the fact. So that was not what was
No,
measured.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. That's what you said.
No,
Yeah,
you just
angles are okay.
couldn't
I am
understand. You
going to
can't
give the
keep
game
up.
away now. I am going to. No, you can't. You
You're
simpleton.
like
You don't know what an
lagging
angle is,
behind
Jack.
in
You
this
want to talk about
conversation.
keeping up? You don't know what a fucking angle is. It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's what an angle is. Straight lines, not curved,
Okay.
dude. Yeah. So when he's measuring angles, he ain't measuring
What can
curves.
you do with two angles? What kind of math?
It doesn't matter because this is shifting
it
the
doesn't matter.
goalpost. This is
Okay.
shifting. No, it
That's
doesn't. Yeah,
confusing. It doesn't matter. As soon as you guys start getting pressed,
yeah, if you're not
nothing matters.
so scared, I
Bunch of
will explain.
nihilists.
If you're not so scared of what I have
Nihilists
to
in
say,
here.
I will explain why it doesn't matter, dude. If you're not too afraid to
I'm
let me
waiting
do
for you.
that.
I asked you.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't
quit
matter.
wasting time. Tired of hearing you yap.
Well, I mean, yeah, no wonder you're trying to drown me out
You
so that I
just
can't
meta
actually speak.
the whole time. Quit meta.
No,
and
okay, I'm
bring
gonna,
your
I'm gonna
arguments.
put them on mute. I can't even remember what I was
Quit
going
the
to
meta.
say.
It's annoying.
I actually can't even remember what I was going to say because he interrupted every single thought that I had. And it's a tactic that he uses on purpose, obviously.
Yeah. That's his modus operandi.
Yeah, that's a really shitty tactic, dude. I mean, it shows that you're cornered, obviously.
I really think that he's playing a character. Like Simple Jack is a LARP.
Is that Booger Smoker on some other account? Sort of sounds like him. Yeah, they kind of need to be muted when they start doing that, when they're losing really badly, and so any word you say, they're going to just start derailing and speaking over top of it so that you can't get a single thought out of your mouth. Because that's what ends up happening is there's no communication anymore. You can't actually convey a single thing. They're just going to drown it all out, Fundy mute. I'm going to go back on the live stream and get what I was going to say to him.
I just taught you what space-time actually is. You call it semantics.
Zode's going to talk.
It just is semantics, though.
Not at all. Read what I posted again.
Yeah, no, but that doesn't disregard that gravity exists. Just because it's not a force, it's in some physicists don't. And modern physicists don't argue that it's a force. Some of them.
I don't claim that it doesn't exist. I just know for certain that most people don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Then we don't have an argument. Then we agree.
How did you go, Heretic?
How's that? Well, right. Yeah, he tried to shift the goalposts over to what can you do with two angles? Which was, it was a goalpost shift because we asked him for a measurement and he said curvature was measured, right? Yeah, so he said that that's what he was actually observing and measuring in the first instance. And when we grilled him on that and showed him that he actually took angles, which is not that at all, he wanted to move the goalposts over to what can you do with the angles? That's what I was going to say, but he just relentlessly overtalked me because he was just getting destroyed, I guess. Oh, he left, so we might as well just carry on anyway with whoever else was just talking. Sorry about that.
Oh, that was Oates and Ethergrass. They're having it. Well, they were not really having it out, but talking about gravity.
So I copy and pasted what I had written, and I gave it to Google. So there's what Google says about what I just said.
Andy, go home. You've had enough to drink, bro. You wouldn't know shit.
So ChatGPT and Google both agree with me, and you're going to tell me that they're wrong. That's fine. I've agreed that they can be wrong about a lot of things too. What you do is you copy and paste what I wrote and put it into anything that you want to. And you're not going to find anything that disagrees with it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Has he given up? Maybe I should have left that interjection aside because now Oates ain't talking. It's hard to get him to talk.
No, I'm here, man.
Go ahead.
But what? No, he was just saying. I forget what we were talking about. Something about gravity. Let me see.
Oh, no, I was replying to Andy. It's like, yeah, this is somebody else. I wasn't talking to you at that point.
Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. I'm not tracking. This is my fault. I'm sorry.
Side chat.
No, it's okay.
I hate it when people do that because it kind of derails the VC that we've got going on here. When one of the people
That's what Andy's doing all the time that he's in here. Whether he's on the mic or in the text chat, he's derailing all the time. That's what he does.
Yeah.
You ask him a question, okay, do you have a measurement of this? And then he wants to devolve into what is a measurement? Oh, there's going to be an exchange of energy. Now, what is energy? And he starts talking about like quantum mechanics. And the guy, he's just a derailer. That's all he does.
Mm-hmm. So, not worth unmuting him?
Well, we can if nobody else is going to speak up. But I mean, that's what he's going to do. You're forewarned.
Right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. What about you, Oates? Are you passing the bat?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening for now.
Okay. Andy's up. Batter up.
Oh shit! Here we go. All right. I'll let you guys start. Go ahead.
So, Penguins, you know that Einstein's general relativity superseded the Newtonian version, right? Got to get with the program.
Is that one to me? Or elsewhere?
Got to get with the program, man. Update that info.
We talk about
You're running on old data.
Measurements within physics, though, right?
It doesn't mean that data is not useful or wrong.
Exactly. So Einstein superseded in terms of understanding of how gravity works. However, Newtonian gravity is still very relevant in terms of everyday measurements from what we understand of gravity and the effects of it in daily life. So the two can both be relevant there. There's no need to disregard Newtonian physics just because we think there are better understandings of it in quantum physics through relativity.
So
it's still mass attracting mass. There's just not a direct correlation causation.
There's two people talking there, sorry. So if one could talk, please.
Yeah, you want to start first? I can just say my bit. It's like one sentence. Well, so it's still mass attracting mass. There just isn't the direct causation correlation. It's like if a light switch doesn't cause the light to turn on, it's the electricity that's being signaled between it to cause it to turn on, heat up the bulb, create energy. So it's not exactly that, but the light switch still is a part of how the light bulb works, just like how mass is still part of how gravity works.
I don't quite get the metaphor. We can understand the strong nuclear force there. We can get how one force attracts to the other. I mean, I don't see the point with how that would affect anything else or planet Earth.
Because Newton's version would be more along the lines of gravitas, the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing, not the modern version of it, as one would define gravity as being today. And even then, most people wouldn't define it as being the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, but in the current
Exactly,
understanding
that's what
of
we're saying.
gravity, the 9.8 meters per second squared from relative Earth surface, and that would change depending on your distance from that surface or the center of gravity. But to be specific, that doesn't change depending on whether you want to go from Newtonian or Einstein physics. Both work within that model, correct?
Do you know what else doesn't change? No, the
Understand that
factual.
both can be not only observed but measured very accurately to 0.001%. Like it's like so accurately to the point when we have so many systems that rely on that accurate measurement.
Andy.
So both of those physics give us really good demonstrations of the understanding of how those mechanics work. However, they're both relied upon heavily in terms of understanding of the different methods, but they're not relevant to each other. They're just different methods of when you get into more accuracy. So if you want to get into quantum physics, then
Can you stop guessing, please?
is very prevalent. And if you want to get into really small, the minutiae of gravity, then you have to look at relativity. But if you want to look at general physics, to say like the 0.01 percentage, then you just use Newtonian physics. There's no need to use
Makes
any
sense.
other physics. Yeah, thank you.
I bet nobody could repeat what he said about me or another Glover. Who asked him to stop yapping? He stopped yapping. Oh, it was a troll.
I can carry on if you guys like. I can talk about Newtonian physics all day.
Wow. They love to say math is like a presupposition or something, but math is used and it works for measurements, and you can derive conclusions from observations using math.
I consider
It's a
math
system.
a language. You can use it to tell a story that it's either true or false, but it's more like a language to me.
You're right, it is a language to describe things. And when we get down to it, when we describe things in certain ways, then we can come down to, we can conclude certain things about it.
Okay. I mean, that's very tangential to flat earth and what we're talking about. But yeah, absolutely. Maths can be presuppositional. There are varying sort of waves of doing that, though. There's no set, just like maths is universal language. That's not a thing. There are different there are different understandings of maths, and all of them can be potentially described as universal. However,
It can describe things, or it can describe nothing but itself. It can just, what's it called when it's as axiomatic? Is that what the term for it is?
I
There's
think
a
I
word
know
for
the
it.
time I don't use myself extremely for everything, but I
This is
believe
math
that is
axiomatic.
yeah.
Yes.
With the Latin way, that would make sense to me, but I don't know the term for that. But yeah.
Fundamental statements to be true without proof to build and derive all other mathematical truths. So, like, if I were to say, like, 1 foot is 1 foot is this distance, and here's how you measure it, and here's how long it is.
That's
an axiom. Yeah, it's like that doesn't need. That's true without proof. It's just definitionally true. And then we can use that to help explain the world through observations paired with that system. So real mixed with conceptual, using the conceptual to describe that, making it easy to explain and communicate. So it's not like if you use math in something that's really wrong or like it doesn't prove anything, you can use math to prove things, or it can be helped.
Exactly, and some rules are universal throughout it. Some mathematical rules could be potentially.
Y'all some dumb fucking idiots believing in flat Earth.
Convention is that way.
You block that guy. That's terrible, bro. Like, there's not just flat earthers in here.
I got
Even if they're worldwide, it's just kind of fucked.
But hey,
My ear does
we
a
talked about it. Does anyone want to interject here? You let me speak. I'm grateful of that, but then no one really jumps in after us. So hey, anyone want to talk?
I have an AMA for flat earthers. If anybody wants to talk about
me and you
naked eye
both here
observations.
AMAing, and
Yeah.
Yeah, they nicely unmuted me there, but
So I think someone where I left off where I got disconnected was someone said that you're presupposing that the moon isn't some sort of like phenomena or something, and if it's just a phenomenon of the light, that clearly doesn't work because all the observations we have of it when it's not a full moon are that it's clearly an object that's made of solid material because it's not always projecting light. It's not some mirage or unexplained light that has no source. It's matching the patterns of where the sun is, and it's not always reflecting the light. So it's not just the light source.
yep. And to add to that, when in certain positions, it blocks light sources as well. So, you know, in very well-known events that occur throughout the world that everyone is really party to and enjoys and loves. You know, we all understand the sea solar eclipse, but that solar eclipse, I really don't understand how anyone here could really unify how a solar eclipse works within their flat Earth model. Like how that makes sense.
Or even just the facts you see the same face of the moon all the time, no matter where you are.
Yeah.
It's not a spotlight. It's not local and small.
It's not only that, but like I know right now that in I think it's 2028 or 2029, there's a solar eclipse that would take place in Tangier in Morocco because I booked a hotel for that. I found the Hilton Hotel just let me book like it was like 3 or 4 years in advance for a night, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking book that shit, and I got it for a really good deal, and I had to message him to do it, and but yeah, like we know it's gonna happen around that time, so it's mathematically inevitable. Like we know where the solar mechanics right there are, and we know it's gonna happen, and these things can be tracked, and they are tracked, and they have been tracked throughout generations and generations. There's no secret to this. There's no hiding from the population. Like we know where these things take place, and we all mostly see them within our lifetimes. Would anyone else like to partake in the Q&A here?
I think we're a bit much for them.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything here.
They're always ready to dogpile around the line.
Yeah.
They always do.
I feel when anyone here is like qualified in science, they carry.
It's not a small channel either. It's not like 9 people in here.
I mean, there's a few that hang out in here. I think there's another Discord as well, but yeah, they.
Yeah, they literally cast shadows. It's not just some phenomenal light.
Yeah.
You don't get shadows like that from things that aren't like spherical objects. Now, were there eclipses on at like different latitudes, like lunar eclipses? I think it is, or is it a solar eclipse? Is a solar eclipse when the moon eclipses over the sun, casting a shadow on the earth?
Yeah. So we know where they're going to be for latitude, longitude over time. You can track them years in advance and sort of work your plans out around them, and witness it. I've seen a solar eclipse. It was fantastic. It was so weird.
I saw near perfect one in the northeast of the United States when I was younger, but I don't remember much of it.
It's been a year or two ago, I think.
Could have been some
US. Yeah, that one was
could have been some of the like light panels on the dome.
Yeah,
could be a simulation. You know those Disney screens that they have, where they have like a giant like LED or like OLED screen instead of a green screen.
They get out there and they set those things up around the Midwest and the farm centers just to trick everyone.
And then somehow they make it spin in different directions, all in the same sky.
No, exactly. But it's a plan. It's a plan. Like this is what they're aiming to do.
It's an illusion.
He's trying to trick us all to make us buy more, buy more drugs and consumer media.
Vaccinating. Right? They're going to control you. They're going to brainwash you with the vaccines.
Yeah, instead of just fucking making like good drugs and good media, they make the earth be flat. The funny thing is, they fucking do the other thing as well. Like I have no denial that like the government just want us to consume media and pay taxes and do everything they can to they sit around a table and they're like, right, how can we make these fucking 300 million guys give us more fucking taxes? I do not deny that there is some meeting along that really called to an extreme, but they're there doing that, and it's just like
No,
Marvel they've reached phase 3. Let's make a phase 4. Let's do. All right, that's not really what I believe, but like, if anyone's seen Thunderbolts, it's actually quite good. If the government was behind that, then fair play to them. But no, they want us to just sit down and pay taxes. I don't deny that. They want us to do our good job and do what we want to do. But exactly. The idea that they lied to us, and there's this conspiracy, this cover up, and all of the airplane pilots, those guys are in it, by the way. All the space agencies.
Yeah. And for what? Like, let's say that there is like a flat Earth and there's land that we haven't seen.
No, exactly. But like,
what are we going for oil? Like, how much oil is there to be secretly spending like trillions of dollars covering it up? Why wouldn't you just go there? Like there's no reason for this to happen.
But like, what are the groups? Like the amount of this is really gets me. Like the amount of people that are involved. I mean, you've got the audience people, right? The people who actually map things out. The people who set up grids for satellites, obviously, but we declined that they're real. Okay, that's fine. But then the people who set up grids for on Earth, 4G, 5G, whatever you want to say, they must know as well, because the satellite people, they're lying, so that the on-Earth grids, they must be adjusted and assimilated to the fact that the Earth grids, they don't exist. So they're in the know as well. So
and the geologists, don't forget the geologists.
The geologists who plan all this, who look at where these people are planting their bases, they know. The general just scientist community, those people, the scientists, the biologists, I mean, they track weather patterns of that. We said the pilots of planes, they fly around the Earth, and they must have just...
Or they're brainwashed.
Well, the marine captains, anyone who pilots a boat, that marine traffic, and that's literally thousands and thousands of boats every single day.
And the people who race around the South Pole.
Yep, all the crew captains, they know, because they have to
race around the South Pole. They're editing the footage to make it curve inward instead of outward.
They've got to know. They've got to know as well. Shit. I mean, we're really getting into a situation where it's like, who doesn't know? It's like Walmart workers. I guess they don't know. There's a few of those guys. But it's funny because there's like a lot of people that know, and I've none of these fuckers have been in the news. Like Edward Snowden, that guy, he made headlines for years. 2013. He was there. He was, Guardian, Glenn Greenwald, big news headline, NSA leaking info. Nothing on flat Earth, though. Funnily enough, all of the information that Edward Snowden released, interestingly enough, all the spying, all of the deception that Edward Snowden did. I think there was 1.5 million files that Edward Snowden released back in 2013 that he sent to the Guardian, that sent to Glenn Greenwald. None of those, by the way, not a single one, not one out of that 1.5 million alluded to the Earth being flat. It's funny, it's weird, because you would think that he took these files from the NSA. That's crazy, right? So he took these files from the NSA, and 1.5 million of these files, not a single one alluded to the Earth being flat. But there's been other leaks as well. I mean, we've got WikiLeaks. You know, we've got Julian Assange. He's leaked a lot of documents from him, from Russia. Again, none of them though. Not a single. It's not even like there's one document in these thousands and thousands of documents that Julian Assange has leaked. Not even one is flat Earth. Bit weird, right? Bit strange.
Yeah, not only is there dozens of countries, those of whom are like enemies with each other, all conspiring together on this plan, but so is any independent researcher or group who goes into these fields as well.
None of these journalists,
and not to mention the university students who are like being taught to test these measurements and see if they can figure out that these things are accurately predicted, and then we can know things from certain variables, and none of them go, "Hey, this is wrong. This is," and I can explain why. Like nobody does that.
It's strange. It's strange, right? Like you would think that if you had this conspiracy that's really gonna like, you know, trick the whole globe about the shape of it, you know, basic knowledge of what we know today, they would at least, like, you know, cover this, right, with the CIA, with the NSA. They would do the best to. But no, nothing. You know, Glenn Greenwald, he leaked it all. Julian Assange, out there.
Honestly, it'd be easier for me to believe that it's magic than any sort of like naturalistic conspiracy, because it doesn't add up on any level.
Yeah. That's really where I'm at. I can't get where else this world is at without those guys. You know, they've it's just confusing to me. And you would think the flat earthers, you know, these guys, they're pretty determined bunch. I will give it to them. You know, they know the science. They're out there. They do all these things. But we live in a world where it's relatively easy to launch something into space, right? It's not that hard. And as a bunch, they think they can do it. So
you don't even need to do that. You can just like take a plane from Australia to South America or South Africa.
Look, Sonny the plane has put a clip of me thinking I can measure the flat Earth myself, but yeah, it's funny. Sonny the plane has been here silent this whole time when we've asked all these questions, and I said nothing.
So. Yeah, he only posts like gifs in chat that are confusing.
Yeah, no, he's clipped things from this Discord, this Flat Earth 24 Discord.
I think he alluded to having circular reasoning in my argument that the moon's face, always facing us, works best on a globe and doesn't add up at all on a flat plane. And all he said was, like, it's circular. And then I asked him how. He didn't respond. So it's really just like talking to a brick wall. He'll just throw some random fallacy at you.
So the reasoning is circular, but not the planet. Got it.
But the thing is, can you elaborate more than a single sentence?
Yeah, exactly.
I would bet my left testicle that you can't.
Wait, who?
Oh, fuck me! There goes my left testicle.
No, I think I said they got me. I think he was a Glober. He was a Glober.
Oh, is he Glober? Okay.
He was a Simple Jack.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought he was a...
He said the reasoning is circular, but not the globe, which is funny.
That took you a second? I got it. All right. I was wondering why no one laughed. That was good.
Hey, gentlemen.
I mean,
yeah, we were laughing the whole time.
I'm mostly listening to myself, right?
Sure who said it.
Gentlemen, sorry to interject there, but I gotta ask, like, how long are you guys just gonna be, circle jerking with opinions and shit?
The irony.
Oh, well, we've been asking this whole time.
What have you been asking?
Like,
I didn't hear one question.
We've had some fun. Okay.
I didn't hear one question directed to anybody specifically.
I would love to ask anyone a question, but you guys have been silent for the last 30 minutes, so please.
Okay. Does that mean you guys get circled? Does that mean you guys get
Are you
Does
here,
that mean you
Mike?
guys?
Does that mean you're here? Can you inject?
Does that, just because nobody answers, does that mean you get to sit here and circle jerk and just throw your opinions?
Why not? Why not though? Why not?
Because it's our stream, dude.
It's
just pointing it out. Like,
no one's.
I'm just pointing it out. Like, at least have the common courtesy to be like, okay, you know, I'm going to be in here. I'm going to shoot the shit with somebody and find an opponent. If no one grabs, doesn't mean you get to like shit all over the floor. You follow?
My guy, I've been in here all night.
You understand?
Talking to you guys, being
I
respectful. I would like to say,
and that's fine. And that's fine. That doesn't give you the leeway to just shoot on the floor while nobody's openly taking your requests. Does that make sense?
Well, you're here now. So why don't you take the floor?
I'll tell you what. I'll give you that.
How about this? What if I
respond to me?
What if I don't want to? Right? I'm just saying. Like,
that's okay.
You know, maybe go on mute or take a back channel. You know, gather your node. You know, whatever. I'm just saying. Like,
I have no notes together, my friend. I'm only
okay.
here to talk.
Well, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. You guys just went on like a 30-minute banter of random shit. Bunch of assertions.
Well, is it really that like deceivers though?
Like, it was funny because even amongst you guys, right? You guys were making assertions and you didn't even provide any evidence to each other. Just like, yeah, I agree. What is
it? Also, by the way, I'd like to mention that nobody asked a question directed at anybody in particular, but there was a question directed at Sunny. He did ask it.
No, people posted questions in chat, and I'm here responding to that. Okay? That's what I'm here doing.
I'm just saying, guys. I mean, like, it's getting tangential, and
that's fine, my guy. I appreciate you speaking up.
I'm just pointing it out.
I'm glad you did. Jump in.
I think this is good for conversation, though, don't you? Like, talking about the topic of the room so that people can like have something to hook on, or they can say, "Hey, I want to talk about something else."
Yeah, no, I think if you've been here any part of the night, I think you understand that we want to speak. I don't want to speak to penguins. I like penguins. There's a guy's cool dude. But we can speak in.
I was disappointed when nobody took the offer.
I mean, we want to speak with you guys. That's why we're here, or else we wouldn't be here. So, yeah, please join in.
We can wait though. If that's a rule, we can like wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think Miak is making a good point. Like, we should talk to a flat earther. Are there any flat earthers here who want to talk to us?
Yes. Hello, my name is Andy.
Penguins.
Oh, there's absolute, silence there.
Oh well.
But no, but
have you considered that maybe that we just don't know, but the Earth is still flat because it looks flat? Boom, checkmate.
I love when people end the sentence with "boom, checkmate." That really makes me think that like it delves within science. And how would that work? Pretense, do you want someone to go out there with a tape measure, and that's what it takes for you?
Yeah, I want someone to measure it. Go outside, look at it. It looks flat, therefore it is flat. Have you not considered this? Why has no one else thought to do this?
Oh, I've considered many things, including trans kids, which our name results to. But let's say that I go out there with a tape measure, and I come back to you and I say, Mr. Teach trans kids to be trans. Here is what my tape measure has measured. It truly, right now, honestly, just theoretically, is a thought experiment. Are you going to accept those results? Are you going to say, okay, that's a measurement that I didn't expect? There's a curvature there, and that's very interesting. Like genuinely, thought experiment wise, empathetically, theoretically, would you accept these things? Honestly, between me and you, my guy, but would that?
All right. Wait. Let's break this down. All right. You're saying that if you were to show me evidence that I was wrong, would I, as a flat earther, accept that I was wrong? No.
Are you a flat earther or are you LARPing?
No, I'm trolling too. I'm not a flat earther. What the fuck?
Yeah, I fucking knew.
Oh my god! Okay, but name that. I mean,
you didn't say you believe in the flat earth.
All right.
But if nobody wants to
got
answer
enough
that
trolls here.
I think teach kids and ask the flat earthers a question.
Wow, with a name like that.
But if they don't want to answer that one, I have one to ask to start a conversation without like yapping or going off and just having a conversation.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if anybody thought that any flat earthers thought 8 inches per mile squared is a useful measurement on its own or calculation.
That's a very nice scientific question to pose to everyone that everyone knows. No?
Not useful.
No, it's good. We got a bite. Go ahead, please.
He says not useful. I agree. It's not useful on its own.
No, we have a bite. I think we had a bite, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, it has no practical use.
There we go. T-Dub, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything on its own, but when you compare it with other stuff, you get predictions that line up with the globe.
No, you don't. I've never seen any.
So when ships go over the horizon at a certain distance, at a certain height, if it was curved, you'd be able to reasonably predict this, accounting for a few different variables that affect the light, since we are measuring light here. So as long as you account for the way that light behaves in the system that we know is true, that we don't have to throw any satellites into orbit or anything to verify. It becomes relatively useful when you use in the context of an observer at a certain height, looking at the drop, and then once that drop actually gets there after a few miles or however long it is, then you use the 8 inches per mile squared. So alone, it doesn't actually measure anything, but when you pair it with other things, it does.
Okay,
I've never seen examples of this ever.
No?
No, the boats going over the horizon thing's never been shown.
It's never been shown that boats go over the horizon.
No, it's never been. Well, actually, no, that has never been demonstrated because the Earth would need to be a globe for that to occur and demonstrate it. But any observations that are claimed to be due to it do not conform with 8 inches per mile squared. They don't.
Not alone, but according to other things, when you put more math into it and you actually apply it into a realistic scenario instead of like the zero height observer height that it is alone, once you actually apply it to a scenario with observer height at the point when the horizon dips, then it becomes very accurate in matching predictions that we see. So if you have
stop, what?
And then water is level. We all agree that, right?
So what happens is, one sec. So what happens is people make an observation, right? They'll have an object, like a building or a boat, cut off from view, right? It won't match the globe prediction, and they'll just say that whatever they need to say, like you have, in order for it to match. Like, oh well, we need to add this and that, or subtract this and that, like refraction, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what happens. No. That's not accounting for it. That's ad hoc rescue.
No, we know refraction exists. We see it in many different.
No. But you're not accounting for. I don't care if it exists or not. You're not accounting for it. You're just saying it's whatever it needs to be in order for the observation to match my expectations. So you'll just adjust the amount based on the observation. You won't go out and measure the actual changing of any light path.
Okay, Tita, what about if I walk onto the coast of the beach that I live at and took photos and saw curvature, clear curvature within those photos? Would that be okay?
Whoa, not enough.
Mick, you wanted to jump in and say something?
Yeah, I just want to say, I just wanted to chime in and clarify with penguins first. I guess you're referring to the 8 inch, not the 8 inch per mile square, but the 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet calculation or formula, whatever, as opposed to just the raw.
No, he's not.
Not even. It sounded like he was talking about, there's curvature from an observer condition, and then there's a drop beyond that, and anything beyond that limit gets cut off. No, not even.
Yeah, so he'll be using the 8 inches. So he'll be using the 8 inches per mile square formula to see how much of an object has been obstructed from view and see if it conforms to the amount of drop over distance there should be.
Nice wrong enemy.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, then, Mick, take it away, man. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to storm it because I thought that's what you were using it for, because it's not used to predict the distance to the horizon or anything like that. So I don't see how something going over the horizon is going to be. What's your point then? If you're not using 8 inches per mile squared, applying to something going over the horizon by calculating how much of an object you should or shouldn't see due to the curvature of the Earth, then I don't know what you're fucking using it for.
Yeah,
if you don't know what we're using it for, real quick, let's take a break. Let's all calm down and let's look at the photos that are posted in the channel. These aren't photos that are taken from Google. These aren't photos that are taken from Facebook, Discord. You've probably never seen.
Yeah, thanks. I don't need your tone policing, by the way.
No,
I'm not
I
angry.
appreciate you
I'm not upset.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be nice with my tone, and I'll be really plentiful.
I don't give a shit if you're nice with your tone or not, bro.
Well, no, I appreciate that. So I, I'm going to be nice either way because I'm friendly and I think you're a lovely guy. But hey, look at these photos. You can basically see in principle.
Andy, I would appreciate if you let Penguins answer my question because I was asking for clarification, and they didn't get it because everybody jumped in.
Can we just have a one-on-one, please?
How about
you
guys go ahead?
No, I have a quick answer for him. Yeah, no, you're not making predictions with it in regards to the light. So that would
You're talking about the 8 mile squared drop?
Yeah, that would be the other formula. Well,
that's the first
times observer height. But
so just to be clear, right? So that's the one.
It's not very accurate at all either in regards to viewing. Actually,
hang on, dude. I know, but yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's two at play here, right? There was the one that you brought up initially, the 8 inch per mile squared drop over distance calculation or formula, whatever. Is that the one that you're saying is not really used in any real, real prediction or whatever, or the other one, the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet one? Which one are you referring to now?
Oh, well, someone mixed them up, so I was addressing both and which one I was talking about. So I wasn't done talking, so if you want to continue, I heard that.
Please.
Yeah, so neither of them are used in predictions alone. And the 8 inches per mile square thing isn't used in any predictions. So neither of them are very accurate at getting a solid observation down because they basically are geometric formulas that exist in vacuums, and they don't account for how light interacts. So it's not going to be 100% accurate.
Right. So you acknowledge, right, that for sure the 8 inch per mile square drop is just a description, right, of the geometry. Yeah, you got that. But the other one, that too is just a description of geometric relationship between the observer height and the object in a vacuum, quote unquote, to put it the way you just did, not accounting for how light behaves, for sure. That's true. But then again, how would you actually really know what's going on if you have that as your baseline, in which is embedded a radius, which is what you're trying to calculate using this stuff in the first place? Like how does that work? Is you have to basically backwards engineer a radius and or backwards engineer a refraction index to account for what you see on the assumption that the radius is accurate. And then again, you don't actually have the data points, regarding the humidity or the temperature or the pressure and all that stuff throughout the trajectory of the line of sight to really make much of an accurate modeling of what's going on. You just basically assume that, you're going to see a certain amount based off the curvature, but you don't. So you just adjust it a little. Like it's kind of, there's like a duo or a trio circle jerk, circular reasoning going on within this. So it's like which variable is actually concrete in this.
I wouldn't say circular reasoning. I would just say that you can infer the refraction index from the other variables, provided that they are true and they seem to line up.
Thank you. Right. So you do have to assume. Thank you. So you do have to assume the radius is true, and then you get a refractive index based off of that kind of fits the observation.
Technically.
Right?
But you assume a lot of things in certain things that end up being true just because it's not
didn't I basically say that?
Yeah, pretty much. So you do acknowledge, right?
That doesn't mean I can't invoke something.
So you do acknowledge that this is not a proof of anything, right? If you invoke this calculation, it fits what we see.
No,
it fits what we see, and therefore it's proof of curvature. When in fact you're acknowledging that embedded in the formula is basically an assumed radius to begin with and a backwards engineered refractive index. It says nothing about the actual real world scenario. It's just, your best guess based off of two variables that you're pulling out of thin air and using to basically self-reference or self-backwards engineer each other.
No, you can even use just basic observations to determine that, this is pretty much lining up, and we can see more due to refraction. Because the observations match the predictions for refraction. The atmosphere looks to be a certain way. It's wobbling more. You can see a bit further over the horizon on these certain days.
Hang on.
You're saying, I want to just
hang on, dude. You're stacking shit upon shit, dude. What data are you using to backwards engineer? What data are you using to infer the refractive index?
You want the law of refraction and how much it is?
Even just give me a formula. Even just give me a formula, right? Because you'll see that there's a radius embedded in it. Odds are, the ones that I've seen, they all have a baked-in radius to begin with.
Yeah, we know that from other things. It's just only
so again, you have to
that the premise isn't supported by the argument.
Thank you. So you do have to assume the radius in the first place, right?
No, you can just put in a premise for the argument that supports it and proves it to be true. So it's only assuming in the sense that you don't already apply the actual knowledge and how you derived it. But if I were to make a syllogism for how this math can derive certain...
That didn't answer my question at all. That didn't answer my question at all. That didn't answer my question at all. So you do
using terms like assume and you're making it sound like it's not true.
You're going to answer my question. You're going to hear me out. You're going to hear my rebuttal, please. You're going to hear my rebuttal. So you do acknowledge that you do have to plug in a radius value that you assume, right, into the equation, and then you calculate a refractive index and see if that fits the observation. Correct?
No, to be true. Not,
okay, so where did the radius come from then?
Ooh.
Eratosthenes' experiment.
So you mean the test that has 3 or 4, maybe even 5 variables, 2 of which you assume to be true in the first place?
Anything that's assumed is also known to be true, so you can just add another premise in there.
What the fuck?
You want to ask the why?
Yeah, he's baked, man. He's cooked.
I already know this stuff, Dad.
Dude. Okay, so tell me how.
I'm happy to explain it all.
All right. So let's go back to I love this one. The Eratosthenes is great, right? So you have an equation. You got theta 1, theta 2. You have an R, and you have the basically embedded in the 2 thetas, right? Because you're getting, you're taking angle measurements. There's a baked-in assumption that the light is coming in parallel. So you'd have to know the distance to the sun, right, in the first place. So you have R, and then you have the distance to the sun, which you don't actually know, right?
No, I do know that. You just assume that I didn't know.
Oh, you do know? Okay, how do you know the distance to the sun?
I told you I was happy to explain.
Or how do you know that it's sufficiently far enough so as to allow for the assumption that the lights are coming in parallel in the first place?
Sure. So, just real quick, I'd appreciate if you didn't say that I didn't know things instead of just, asking how I know this.
I am asking you.
I told you I was happy to explain. Yeah. But you started with
So how do we know the distance of the sun?
I didn't know something. So I'll answer. Yeah. So the sun is clearly not a local sun and is therefore a distant, larger sun because the light rays are coming in and they're casting shadows, and these shadows differ based on the latitude lines and longitude lines based on what angle the sun is at in the sky, your viewing angle of the sun, right? So it's either a local small sun generating the heat of the Earth that we're receiving, or it's a distant larger sun sending parallel rays. So it's clearly not a local.
Yeah, but it's not sending parallel rays.
What's the measurement?
Yeah,
it's not sending parallel rays, and that doesn't tell you the distance either. Just saying it's not local doesn't mean you know it's 93 million miles away or whatever.
Yeah, you just presented the dichotomy.
That's a different thing.
You went to go, right, so Penguins, you presented a dichotomy, right? And your justification for having a bias towards one is...
A bias towards one? Again, you can just ask how I know certain things. I'm happy to explain. So you want to know how the sun is 93 million miles away.
You don't know.
Even though I never referenced a specific distance. I'll start with the two things, because 2 points made there. The first one was, how do I know that the light rays are parallel? It's because of the possibility.
How did you're relying on Eratosthenes, so how did he know? No. Stop. You're relying on Eratosthenes, so how did he know?
Dude, you didn't even let me finish.
Yeah, no, how did Eratosthenes know? Not you. You're relying on Eratosthenes, bro.
Yeah, these are observations that you can.
So what was his choice
without using
what was his
fancy equipment?
What was his preference? Why did he prefer one over the other?
I was getting to that. Why are you guys so eager to interrupt?
Just go straight to it. Just don't fucking babble. Just get straight to it.
What did I even say? How did I not get straight to it? I'd like to be better in the future, so if you could explain to me exactly.
Because you were talking about your preferences. You need to be relying on his preferences, because that's who you're referencing and that's who you're relying upon for your information.
Listen, man, he could have. I was being generous. He could know it or not. It doesn't change the fact that you can use this experiment now with the knowledge you have now to confirm it. So I don't even need to go down this road. I could just tell you what I know from my observations. I don't care.
Yes, you do. It's the foundation of the argument, bro. You're pissing me off because it's the foundation of your argument.
That's fine. It doesn't matter what he knows. His math works out.
Yes, it does.
That I know. No, it doesn't. Listen.
Yeah, it does.
You could make a formula, and it could turn out to be true, regardless of whether you know its assumptions are true or not.
It's not true. It's not true.
You're not going to build anything off it if it isn't true in the first instance. So if you don't have a foundation to build off of, you haven't got any derivatives. You can't go to anything else.
In the bathroom, you're so close.
We're gonna deal with the foundation of your argument. This thing, is that true? Right? No, nothing else built on top of that. Then it's chucked out. Got it?
You need to understand.
If that's your standard, then you go for it and forget about this. Forget about this discussion. If your standard is to build upon assumptions after assumptions after assumptions, we want to establish whether you... Bro, we want to establish if your foundation is actually true or not. For us, that's our standard. If your standard is anything less than that, then fuck off with it. We don't care.
He fucking bitched out.
I'm sorry, he was bugging me because he was just fucking not getting to the fucking point.
Thank you for that. Yeah. I was going to ask him,
and I agree with you.
Maybe, yeah, I was just going to point out, I saw your message in the chat there. I was going to say, like, maybe you can contend it with what you said, or if he had any contention with what you said. Oh, that could have been interesting, but he's too soft, so.
Yeah, the 8 inches per mile is derived from a 3959 radius. So you have to have that in order to get the 8 inches per mile. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. So he didn't want to. He didn't. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say he didn't want to acknowledge that they're plugging in that 3959 into their refractive index models, and that's it. But didn't want to assume that it's assumed, and that's okay.
Same with Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes did make some assumptions. He, just like you were saying, he assumed the Earth was a sphere, and he assumed the sun was so far away that the light rays were basically parallel.
So, if you look at the equation, right, you wouldn't necessarily see two unknowns, right? But there's one that's hidden. The sheer fact that you have angles with two sides that are actually parallel is the assumption, right? You have one unknown. Here you have your theta 1, theta 2, r, and your arc length or whatever, which also assumes a curved surface, right? So there's two assumptions right there. Even though you know the distance, you're assuming it's curving, right? And then you have r. So you have technically one unknown, but three variables that have implicit assumption, right?
Yeah, so which three variables specifically?
Right, so for example, you have the distance between point A and point B, right? That's like, aside from the fact that he had to estimate it using, what was it, like strides, or what are they called? Not stadia. Stadia? What's the unit that he used?
Stadia is a single, is multiple, but stade, I think, is one.
Stadia. Okay, so let's say he used stadia. That was the unit, and that's not really standardized, right? Because everyone has different stride lengths, et cetera, et cetera. So aside from the fact that distance was estimated, right? You have that distance, but to assume that it's effectively an arc length, that has an implicit assumption that you're on a spherical or circular, a curving surface. So there's the assumption number one, and then the angles between the sun and object 1 and the sun and object 2, the side lengths that are going that are reaching up to the sun, the assumption is that those are parallel in the first place, right? So those three things basically point to the assumption that it's the sun's super far and we're on a ball, right? So they're all kind of self-referencing each other in terms of assumptions.
That's correct.
There you go. So Penguins, did you hear that? You want to duke it out with Matthew? He's on your team, man. I'd like to hear that. You interested, Matthew?
Sure.
Go ahead, Penguin.
Yeah, no, I never agree with the fact that it's technically true that it's an assumption, because the argument or the equation doesn't prove it in and of itself. That doesn't mean it's an unknown, however. That does not follow. And that's what you... So, Matthew, I'm not arguing against the fact that it's an assumption. I'm just saying that it's still used to find the truth just as well as any other well-supported argument.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, Matthew. I just want to point something out, right? In the chat, you wrote, he didn't use stadia, he used fractions LMAO. Fractions of what?
A stick. He didn't use a stadia long stick or a 0.00 something stadia long stick. He took a stick, and then he measured the angle, and then he measured it in comparison to the stick, and then he differed the angles with it. There's no records of him using stadia in these calculations. You have no reason to say.
No, to calculate the distance. No.
The distance between Alexandria and Cyrene was about 500.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's completely fine.
Fucking guy. Fuck, I've probably argued. I've probably argued this 10 times more than you have.
Yeah, so if he's using that as the distance between two areas over a long distance, yeah, that's like, what is he, like 1/500th wrong?
Well, you don't know that. That's the point. I mean, only later on, right, do we actually have like a more accurate thing that we can, refer back to. But at the time, all I was saying was it's not exactly a standard, well, compared to today's, precision there, like it's a really rough estimate, let's say. I was just pointing that out. It's secondary to the actual main point there. But overall, my point was like the whole thing is shoddy as fuck, if you're honest with yourself.
Well, evidently it worked out pretty well due to how accurate it was in comparison to, the more precise measurements that were made. I think it was 20 feet off. No, 20 miles off.
Well, nobody knows for sure because we're not sure how long this 500 stadia was to him, because we don't know exactly how long those were, but he got the 500, 1/50th of a circle, multiplied him, got 250,000 stadia for the circumference of the Earth. And we think he was within a few percent, but we don't know. But in general, yeah, Mike's right that this is shady as a proof because it wasn't meant as a proof. It was meant as a measurement. He assumed the Earth was a sphere and he was measuring a circumference. Obviously, it wouldn't make any sense to measure circumference if you didn't think the Earth was a sphere. So he wasn't trying to prove anything to anybody, just trying to figure out how large the sphere was.
Yeah, I'm not saying that experiment alone proves it. Someone asked how I know the radius of the Earth, and that is the answer to that question. And then they went on about like the other stuff,
But that's
which
the whole
is
point.
completely
Wait. What do you mean?
irrelevant.
How do you know the radius to be what it is if we just pointed out that the thing that you're referencing is not a proof of it?
Yeah, so I was actually explaining that, and the first part of it was the Eratosthenes experiment, but I barely got that out before I was interrupted by multiple people. So you figured you want to talk about that strictly, but then I actually explained how with extra premises in your argument along with the Eratosthenes experiment, you can come to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe. I'm not saying alone it's proof. Like, yeah, it assumes stuff, but as long as the assumed stuff is justified, and remember, assumed doesn't mean unknown. That's only in the context of that formula.
Okay,
Other
so what else did you use? Okay, so what else was done to confirm his assumption to be true? And that's fine. If you tack on, you chain a couple things where the second link kind of confirms some assumptions in the first one. That's fine. But what was it? Was it another thing that had a shitload of assumptions in it as well that no one's talking about, or is it concrete?
Oh no, it's by comparing the models of the flat Earth versus the globe Earth with basic trigonometry. And we can come to the conclusion that this is definitely not a local sun. So if you use trigonometry when the sun is overhead in the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degrees above the 0 degree equator, you will see that if you go to the equator line and then triangulate the position of the sun, if this is the local sun, you get about 4,000 miles up from triangulation. Now, this clearly isn't the case, because if it were to be moving away, say from 90 degrees overhead to then setting to 60 degrees or so, you would see basically half of a difference in size, and you don't see that. It remains near constant.
So number one, so first things first, right? Who's assuming that the sun is a fixed or an object, with an object floating in space? Who made that claim that it has an actual XYZ coordinate above the Earth that you can hit with a line of sight, for example?
It's just ridiculous to say it's not. It's behind the moon, and the moon.
Oh, it is. Okay, so that's your assumption that you basically strawmanned our argument without acknowledging that no one actually made that claim, right? And you seem to overlook that you basically had an assumption in your straw man, which is a joke.
I can argue other models.
So therefore, this is not actually a rock solid second chain to your first argument. You're just stacking assumptions on assumptions. So no, man, that's not correct at all.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter like what it is. It's emitting light, and we can see it, and it's a certain angular size. And if it were to be the parallel rays were to be, we're just comparing parallel rays here. There's two explanations. It's on a flat Earth, or the curve is causing the parallel rays. So distant sun on a curved Earth causing parallel rays, or a local sun on a flat plane. So you have two options here. And the observations of the angular size clearly demonstrate that it's not the flat plane. That is what the angular size says. It has nothing to do with like any sort of straw man. These are the options to explain parallel rays. It doesn't matter what the sun is.
But did you or did you not just try to use some sort of triangulation method to justify your first point?
My first point being that the angular size of the sun.
No. The second chain in your logic stream, right? First argument, second one assists the first one, right? In that second one, did you not say that that you acknowledge that Eratosthenes is basically an assumption, but it's upheld by the second argument that basically confirms Eratosthenes. So the assumption is basically not a problem. Is that not what you were trying to do?
Someone made the claim that it was an assumption, so it's unknown, and then I explained how that's not true, and then gave an example using a known. Then someone asked again, and then I gave another observation that confirms.
But it doesn't confirm it because it doesn't confirm it. It doesn't confirm it. I just told you, I just showed you that you're basically assuming in your second argument again.
No,
to pay a comment and say, oh, well, this can't actually work, so it must be this other thing, which actually confirms the first thing. Like, dude, the fuck's wrong with you? Do you not see?
I never strawman what you said the sun is. I never referenced what the sun is.
Yeah, you did. You did. You said, okay, here's a flat Earth model with a local sun. We tried to triangulate it. The triangulation doesn't work. Therefore, the other thing is true. But who's making that claim that we have the ability to triangulate in the first place? You have to, because you have to assume that identical object in outer space, fucking millions of miles away, that you can point to, and like it's a giant ball, like an actual object, right?
What would make that not possible? What would make that not possible on a flat plane with a local sun?
I'm not making a claim about it. I'm just pointing out that you have to assume a shit ton of stuff, not only to support your argument, but to try and dismantle an opposing argument, which actually hasn't even been put forth. So it's like, you got a shit ton of ghosts in your head and in your closet, you're shadow boxing and shit and claiming victory. Like, it's fucking pathetic, dude.
Mike, it's funny you say that. I was thinking the same thing. Can you guys hear me now, or?
Yeah, please, go ahead. You want to take this, dude?
No, I don't want to take it. I just want to get in. Can we just get like a 1 in the chat? Can we get a 1 in the chat if you've ever claimed local sun? 2 in the chat if you never claimed it. 1 in the chat if you're claiming local sun. Because I do agree with this shadow boxing thing. He's created a ghost, and he's trying to debunk a ghost that he's created. Nobody in here is saying even what the sun is, or where it is, or what it's like, or anything. So to say on a flat Earth, it must be like this. You're only debunking something you created. And then the second thing I want to throw in as well, the sun rays are not parallel. We're not going to just let that slide. They're not parallel. They never have been, never will be.
Okay.
So we're not going to let that slide and pretend like they are parallel. They are not.
Yeah.
Close.